Miami City Commission in these historic chambers. The members of the City Commission are Alex Diaz de la Botilla, Joe Carollo, Manolo Reyes, Ken Russell, the Vice Chairman, and me, Keon Harden, the Chairman. Also on the dais are Emilio Gonzalez, our City Manager, Victoria Mendez, the City Attorney, and Todd Hannon, our City Clerk. We will now begin our regular meeting. The City Attorney will state the procedures to be followed during this meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Any person who is a lobbyist pursuant to Chapter 2, Article 6 of the City Code must register with the City Clerk, comply with related city requirements for lobbyists before appearing before the City Commission. A person may not lobby a city official, board member, or staff member until registering. A copy of the code section about lobbyists is available in the City Clerk's office or online at municode.com. Any person making a presentation, formal request, or petition to the City Commission concerning real property must make the disclosures required by the City Code in writing. A copy of the City Code section is available at the office of the City Clerk or online at municode.com. In accordance with Section 2-33, subsection F and subsection G of the City Code, the agenda and the material for each item on the agenda today, this virtual meeting, was published and made available to the Mayor, members of the City Commission, and to the public at least 5 full business days in advance of the meeting. The material for each item on the agenda is available during business hours at the City Clerk's office and online 24 hours a day at miamigov.com. Any person may be heard by the City Commission through the chair and upon registering pursuant to the published notice for not more than 2 minutes on any proposition before the City Commission, unless modified by the chair. Since this is a virtual meeting as authorized by the Governor of the State of Florida, members of the public wishing to address the body may do so by visiting miamigov.com/virtual meeting to upload their video comments or to submit their written comments via the online comment form. Members of the public may also call 305-250-5353 to provide comments via the dedicated City of Miami public comment voicemail. Members of the public may also pre-register to provide live public comment by phone during the meeting. You may pre-register by phone by calling 305-250-5350 or online at miamigov.com/government/live-public-comment. All comments received will be submitted and included as part of the public record for this virtual meeting and will be considered by the City Commission prior to any action taken. The City will accommodate any speakers desiring to appear in person, subject to all applicable emergency measures in place to prevent the further spread of COVID-19. Speakers who appear in person will be subject to screening for symptoms of COVID-19. Any persons exhibiting any symptoms of COVID-19 will not be permitted to enter City Hall. All interested parties are required to abide by all state, county, and local emergency orders and urged to remain at home and practice social distancing. If the proposition is being continued or rescheduled, the opportunity to be heard may be at such later date before the City Commission takes action on such proposition. When addressing the City Commission, the member of the public must first state his or her name, his or her address, and what item will be spoken about. When the City Commission takes action or votes on any proposition before it, it shall do so by roll call vote, which should be recorded by the clerk and included in the record. Anyone wishing to appeal any decision made by the City Commission for any matter considered at this meeting may need a verbatim record of the item. A video of this meeting may be requested at the Office of Communications or viewed online at miamigov.com. Please silence all cell phones and other noise-making devices. Any person with a disability and required assistance, auxiliary aids, and services for this meeting may notify the City Clerk. Please note, Commissioners have generally been briefed by City staff and the City Attorney on items on the agenda today. PZ items shall proceed according to Section 7.1.4 of the Miami 21 zoning ordinance, as modified pursuant to Emergency Ordinance Numbers 13902 and 13903. Pursuant to Emergency Ordinance 13903, parties for any PZ items, including applicants, appellants, appellees, city staff, any person recognized by the decision-making body as a qualified intervener, as well as the applicant's representatives and any experts testifying on behalf of the applicant, appellant, or appellee, may either be physically present at City Hall to be sworn in by oath or affirmation by the City Clerk, or may appear virtually and make arrangements to be sworn in by oath or affirmation in person at their location by an individual qualified to perform such duty. Pursuant to Emergency Ordinance 13903, members of the general public who are not parties to an action pending before the City Commission are not required to be sworn in by oath or affirmation. The members of the City Commission shall disclose any ex parte communications to remove the presumption of prejudice pursuant to Florida Statute Section 286.0115 and Section 7.1.4.5 of Miami 21. Staff will then briefly present each item to be heard. For applications requiring City Commission approval, the applicant will then present its application or request to the City Commission. If the applicant agrees with the City recommendation, the City Commission may proceed to its deliberation and decision. The applicant may also waive the right to an evidentiary hearing on the record. The order of presentation shall be as set forth in Miami 21 and in the City Code, providing that the appellant shall present first. For appeals, the appellant will present its appeal to the City Commission, followed by the appellee. Staff will be allowed to make any recommendation they may have. The City of Miami requires that anyone requesting action by the City Commission must disclose before the hearing anything provided to anyone for agreement to support or withhold objection to the requested action pursuant to Section 2-8 of the City Code. Any documents offered to the City Commissioners that have not been provided 7 days before the meeting as part of the agenda materials will be entered into the record at the City Commission's discretion. If any Commissioner thinks that documents supplied to the Commission less than 7 days before merit a continuance, the item may be continued by the City Commission. The City of Miami is using Zoom to hold its June 11, 2020 virtual regular City Commission meeting. Zoom is a cloud platform for video and audio conferencing, collaboration, chat, and webinars across mobile devices, desktops, telephones, and room systems. In order to ensure that the public has the ability to view the meeting, the city's communications department will broadcast the meeting through all the usual channels and avenues that are provided when a City Commission meeting is held fully in City Commission chambers. The meeting can be viewed online at Miami TV, at miamigov.com/TV, through the city's Facebook page, on the city's Periscope channel, and on the city's YouTube channel. It can also be viewed on Channel 77 on Comcast. Broadcast will also have closed captioning. Additionally, the city has not selected a virtual platform that requires the public to purchase or download any additional software equipment to watch this meeting. Aside from the Zoom platform and that the participants will be appearing remotely, the public will have no discernible difference in their ability to watch the meeting. The city has developed several new methods of ensuring the public comment for a virtual meeting. The first new option allows the public to provide public comments via the dedicated City of Miami public voicemail by calling 305-250-5353, where individuals will be able to leave a 2-minute message that will be played during the virtual commission meeting. The second option allows for the public to submit a 2-minute video to be played during the virtual commission meeting. The third option allows the public to submit comments via the city's online public comment form. The comments submitted through this comment form have been distributed to the elected officials and city administration throughout the day so that the elected official can consider the comments prior to any action taken. Additionally, the comment form will remain open during the meeting to accept comments and distribute to the elected officials up until the time the chairman closes the public comment period. The fourth option allows the public to pre-register to provide live public comment by phone during the virtual commission meeting. For all these options, all the comments received will be included in the public record of the meeting. The city has also created a simple set of instructions explaining how the public may submit their comments with either option. These instructions are provided in the notice to the public and published online at miamigov.com/virtual meeting. Like any other City Commission meeting, the public may also provide public comment at City Hall. The city has set up a terminal in the event members of the public travel to City Hall to provide public comment. Due to COVID-19, all speakers desiring to appear in person will be subject to all applicable emergency measures in place to prevent the further spread of COVID-19. Speakers who appear in person will be subject to screening for symptoms of COVID-19. Any persons exhibiting any symptoms of COVID-19 will not be permitted to enter City Hall, but will be able to participate through the remote options described earlier. These 5 public comment options, as established and provided for the virtual regular City Commission meeting, comply with Section 286.0114 and Section 120.54 Florida statutes. The city has published an agenda as well as included in the notice to the public pursuant to our city code and the items and topics that will be discussed at the virtual regular City Commission meeting. The public has been given the opportunity to provide public comment during the meeting and within reasonable proximity in time before the meeting via the public comment voicemail, online public comment form, the public comment video upload, and the live public comment by phone. Section 286.114, subsection 4, subsection C, Florida statutes, authorizes the city to prescribe procedures or forms for an individual to use in order to inform the board or commission of a desire to be heard, to indicate his or her support, opposition, or neutrality on a proposition. The city, through its public comment options, has provided 5 different procedures and forms to indicate, among other things, his or her support, opposition, or neutrality on the items and topics to be discussed at the virtual City Commission meeting. The city has provided information how to submit its comments in the notice to the public on the city's webpage and on the city's social media channels. Commissioners, please confirm you are comfortable with the notice provisions as set forth in these uniform rules of procedure as we have established for this virtual meeting.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. The first thing I'll do is ask, are there any mayoral vetoes?
Chair, there are no mayoral vetoes.
Thank you very much. I'd like to put on the record all of the pocket items to have them listed on the agenda so people have an opportunity to speak upon them. So I'll ask, are there any pocket items that any commissioners or the mayor would like to put forward? I know that I have one pocket item that I want to be read into the record, and I will name this pocket item PI1 since no one else has spoken up. And so I'll read it out. A resolution of the Miami City Commission officially authorizing and designating Chairman Keon Hardeman to represent the city of Miami at the August 28th, 2020 historic 57th year anniversary of the March on Washington for Jobs and Freedom, with expenses for such public purpose to be provided from funds previously budgeted in the District 5 fiscal year 2019-2020 budget, providing for an effective date. So we're going to name that one PI1. Are there any other pocket items that we need to disclose at this time?
The mayor has a pocket item, but
Right. Does anyone have a copy of this pocket item that you can read into the record, the heading?
I have it.
Can you read it into the record? The heading?
A resolution of the Miami City Commission urging Miami-Dade County Mayor Carlos Jimenez and the Board of County Commissioners of Miami-Dade County, Florida, to create and implement an independent and impartial civilian oversight board within Miami-Dade County to facilitate and improve community relations between the Miami-Dade County Police Department and the residents of the county, further directing the city clerk to transmit a copy of this resolution to the officials named herein.
Okay, what I'll do is I'll name that as PI2. And then also want to state on the record, I feel like I'm Ron Burgundy, so I'm guilty of something. There was a script that was provided to me that included the name of our city manager as Emilio Gonzalez, and I do not believe that the gentleman that serves us today is Emilio Gonzalez. I'm pretty sure his name is Art Noriega. So when I'm on the show with Ron Burgundy, when they said to him, put it up there, he'll read anything. Doesn't matter. That was me today. So I apologize, Mr. Noriega. We do recognize you as our city manager. And then what I'll do now is move to, well, let's hear from Mr. Noriega. Are there any items on the agenda that we want to defer, continue, or withdraw?
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Vice Chair, Commissioners, Madam City Attorney, Mr. City Clerk. At this time, the administration would like to defer and or withdraw the following items. To be deferred to the July 23rd meeting, RE1, which is to accept the recommendation of the Virginia Key Marina. To be deferred to July 23rd, RE2, which is the referendum question on Virginia Key Marina. To be withdrawn, RE3, which is the revocable license agreement with Event Entertainment Group. To be indefinitely deferred, SR1, which is to amend the code, Chapter 40, Elected Officers Retirement Trust. And to be deferred to June 25th, FR2, which is to amend the code, Chapter 23, Historic Preservation. On the PZ agenda, to be deferred to June 25th, PZ3, which is the zoning text amendment, public storage facilities. That concludes our list of deferrals and withdrawals.
Are there any items from the commissioners that they would like to be withdrawn, deferred, or continue besides what's been noted? Seeing none, is there a motion in accordance with what was stated on the record? Been properly moved and it will be seconded by the chair. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All against?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Chair, for the record, that'll be 3-0 with Commissioner Reyes and Commissioner Correa absent.
Mr. Chairman, does Commissioner Diaz de la Portilla have a pocket as well?
He didn't say that he did. I think he heard me pretty clearly.
We may have one in a little bit. We're putting it together still, so I'll let you know, Mr. Chair, in a bit.
Do you have a heading for it already? If you have a heading, that would be the best part.
The heading is with the deal that we're doing with in our Omni CRA, that we have some discussions with the county, so we're waiting for the actual language to come in. So I should know in about 10 minutes or so.
Okay.
It has to do with city approval we have to get commission approval for something before it goes to the Dade County Commission, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Just noting for the record, everything that we just discussed. 1 second. Okay. Then at this time, I will move to our public comment section. This is an opportunity for the public to speak to have the reasonable opportunity to be heard. The public will have 2 minutes to address this body. They may state their first, their last name. They may state their address, and we will start with a personal appearance, actually, by Commissioner Rosario Kennedy. Is she available?
Yes, she's at the
Oh, there
podium.
she is. Commissioner, you're available to, yeah,
Chairman, Commissioners,
morning.
okay.
We can hear you perfectly fine. You can go ahead.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor, Chairman, Commissioners. It's great to see your faces again. Rosario Kennedy with offices at 2645 South Bayshore Drive, here today with homeowners from Grovile who have serious concerns with the irregular permitting under which a proposed project on 4 Grovile has been approved. Throughout the permitting process, the developer overcame hurdles by making promises that were later reneged upon. There are two ways to access the bridge, to access the island, by bridge or by seawall, and the two structures are in dire need of repair. The developer had agreed to repair and fortify the bridge prior to construction and carrying excessive materials over it. He did not. When we brought this to the attention of the building official, who, by the way, immediately answered our public record request, he instructed the developer to cease. He did not. Instead, to everyone's surprise, he changed his approach and opted to bring cranes and construction material via barge over an even more dilapidated seawall and with total disregard to the shallows of protected seagrass surrounding the island. He also agreed to repair the seawall. He did not. In fact, after 3 years, he has even failed to obtain permits to do so. How is it that parameters prescribed by covenants running with the land were disregarded? Why does the permit follow a route different from all others? Why is the city allowing demolition without a certificate to dig in an archaeological sensitive zone? Why was the demolition permit issued to 4 Grovile, yet the waiver was issued to 1 Grovile, which is now the project's address? Why weren't Coconut Grove neighbors, associations, and the Audubon Society, who were all bound by the original agreement, not notified? The 1977 agreement set the density limit at 575 units and came after 10 years of litigation and protest in the Grove. In fact, former school board member Janet McAlealy, who's with us today, carried a picket sign for months. Transparency in government is a subject that is near and dear to my heart, as I know it is to yours. I too sat upon that dais and know the responsibility it holds. I know what it takes to make the difficult but right decisions. And I know that my responsibility was to protect the quality of life of all Miamians. Now, Janet McAlealy will say a few words.
Good morning. My name is Janet McAlealy. I live at 3 Grovile Drive. Before Grovile, I lived on Secaucus Street in North Grove. In the mid-70s, there was a proposal for high-density condos on Grovile, which the Tiger Tail Association, of which I was a member, the Audubon Society, Coconut Grove Civic Club, and the Bayshore homeowners protested. In 1977, the city of Miami limited density of this project, which was codified in a covenant running with the land forever. When I bought my apartment in 1997, I relied on that agreement, which limited growth on the island to what was already there. How has the current developer gotten permits to build 91 new units? How has the city allowed this? I held elective office for 16 years as a member of the Dade County School Board. I know that public confidence in the difficult decisions made by a government depends on the integrity and rationality of the boards that make those decisions. How has this developer with affluent investors been able to destroy the agreement made by this community and the city of Miami 43 years ago?
I also have for 30 seconds Elizabeth Tamayo, who is a Venezuelan attorney specializing in government law and a resident of Grove Isle, who has been very involved in this project. Elizabeth?
Hello, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. I'm here for the resolution of a problem that has been going on for many years. Originally, the developer tried to depict his portion of land. Public Works said that that land was unrecognized. So he tried to depict the whole Grove Isle, the 20 acres. And then the city also responded that he lacks ownership because this is a shared plat. And so the city had to order the replatting, which the city has not. They decided that a simple solution was just to get a restrictive covenant. And so the restrictive covenant goes conflicting completely with a covenant of 1977, which establishes height and density. So I ask you, dear commissioners or honorable commissions, that this be revised and please hold this project to the requirements in 1977 and in the Miami 21 Article 222, where the most restrictive or higher standards shall govern. Thank you so much.
So in essence, under the 1977 settlement agreement, the density was limited to 575 units. There were 510 condos and 15 for personnel, plus the 50 hotel rooms. But the developer submitted plans for 65 condos and a 26-room hotel, making the total 91 units. And he can't prove title. He only has a quitclaim deed. Good morning, Commissioner. The developer, as I said, he does not own the island. It's owned in common with all the homeowners. In 2017, when he applied for building permits, Public Works determined that he couldn't prove ownership because there was no division of the plat, and the division he cited, as Elizabeth said, was unrecognized. That meant he needed to replat, but he couldn't replat without the permission of the homeowners. So in January of 2019, he went back to the city and reapplied using the whole plat. The city attorney was asked to opine, and she determined he couldn't prove ownership. But in February, then she reversed her decision and said that in 79, when the declaration of condominium came out, it created a division of land, and he had the green light. But we couldn't find an official survey. So all we're asking is, if you have to take this to the drawing board, please don't be afraid to do it and make the right decisions. If new processes have to be brought in, by all means, bring them in. Don't sacrifice transparency for compliance and compliance for expediency, not only for the sake of Grove Isle, but for the sake of all Coconut Grove. Let's reset the process to the beginning and make it right. Thank you. I have someone else who showed up, Rose Pujol from Stop Grove Gridlock.
Okay, so at this time, what I'd like to do is recognize the Vice Chairman. Sir, you recognize?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I understand from our city attorney that we are in a party to active litigation with the parties represented by Commissioner Kennedy. So I've been advised not to engage in a back and forth, and I want to respect that. However, a lot of things have been listed here, so I would just like to direct my city manager and city attorney to go back through this tape of this recording and itemize all the lists of the items that Commissioner Kennedy said that are in violation. And please provide me with a briefing so that I understand which of those are covered in the litigation and which are external to the litigation. And if I could get clarity on each of those points, if they are being addressed correctly by the city. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
And,
By the way, the litigation came about not because they really wanted to, because they couldn't be heard. So I appreciate your concerns, and we'll list everything.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And Commissioner Kennedy, I know that you came to see me regarding this issue, and I just want to reiterate that I am particularly concerned about the actions that you spoke of. And without getting into too much, I'll just say that it's our job to ensure the quality of life of residents who live in our community. And so we have to keep the promises that we make to individuals and to groups. And so I look forward to diving into the details of this to ensure that people are heard properly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Appreciate it.
Thank you. One thing Mr. Vice Chairman, I want to continue to the next meeting, CA2. Can you give me a motion to defer to the next meeting?
CA2 is the civil citation program.
Right.
I would, of course, agree with you on that. I would just like to make a couple comments about it and perhaps a direction to our manager regarding.
Sure, go ahead.
So CA2 is a proposed extension and expansion of our civil citation program. And we engaged in this, Commissioner, you voted with me on this item a couple of years ago, to make small offenses non-arrestable, but rather give the police a new tool to issue civil citations instead of arrest. Things like small amounts of marijuana, and then a whole laundry list of other items which just seem like ridiculous offenses to involve the police. So before we actually vote on this, if we defer it, I would love to get a report from our police chief with regard to how that civil citation program has been applied since it was implemented by the city from our vote before. How many civil citations have been issued, and how many arrests have been issued that misdemeanors that are not on that list, so that we understand when officers chose to arrest instead of issuing the civil citation, so we can sort of study how it's being applied. And then also within the new expanded list, I would love to get the recommendation of the chief for any of these misdemeanors that we can begin to take the process of decriminalizing, so that they are no longer necessarily tying up police resources and putting people in financial burden or jail for things like swimming. So let's take a look at that. But I agree with you, Commissioner, Mr. Chairman, that we should defer and do a deep dive on it.
Thank you very much. Chief, you wanted to add something? Or are you okay?
No, just really quick. There are cases, right, where it's difficult for the officers because your options are you arrest someone or you do nothing. And so someone calls the police for someone fishing, for example. Those are your two options. That's obviously flawed. There should be another mechanism in there when someone complains to the police, and those are the only two options on the table. Those are my only comments.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Chief, if you could help me though, we're now offering those three options, which are arrest, civil citation, or do nothing. Would you agree that some of these items, perhaps do nothing, should be the only option?
And some of them I do, yes.
I would love to get your input on that. So I look forward to working with you.
Yeah, we can look at all of them and break them down and get the stats that you asked for and have a broader discussion on it. Absolutely.
And Chief, one of the things that I want to make sure that when I chime in here, when we do this in the future, is that there's some things on this list that I think make it more difficult for people who live in more challenged neighborhoods to enjoy their neighborhoods. And so those are some of the things that I also want to talk to you about because, for instance, Florida litter law. Certainly, I don't want to arrest someone for littering, but we have an issue in most of our communities that are Black and brown with littering, and we don't respect these things. I would love to see an officer one day say, "Hey, pick that up," right? So obviously, that's something that we won't necessarily arrest someone for. There are things in here, like for instance, I agree with the possession of cannabis in less than 20 grams, but then we have possession of drug paraphernalia. And that's a very broad term, you know. And what we're seeing is that in certain neighborhoods, we're seeing lots of drug paraphernalia, lots of camping on the public swales, and all these things kind of go hand in hand. So they kind of cause the degradation of these neighborhoods. And so that's something I don't want to be able to see. You have in here, we have conducting business without a local business tax receipt, right? So lots of businesses that are operating and they're causing problems in our neighborhood and they don't have a BTR, right? Those are things that we should be paying especially good attention to because we want to encourage people to follow the law when it comes to these types of things. Obviously, the laws have changed. Well, we have consumption of alcohol, no containers near store. These are things that change behavior. And so the question is when a young lady, approaches a store, is she going to be harassed by someone who is inebriated and all she's just trying to go in there and purchase a couple items and leave? So, alcohol consumption near stores cause that sort of issue in certain neighborhoods. So there's obviously some things in here that makes perfect sense, but then there's some things in here that I think have greater effects than what we are thinking about. And they don't necessarily happen the same way in every neighborhood. So I just want to talk to you about it.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. So, Mr. Vice Chairman, I'll take that as a motion to continue to the next meeting.
Yes, please. And when it does come back, I'd like to be listed as a sponsor.
Okay. And I'll second that. Any further discussion on the motion?
Chair,
Yes.
my apologies. I'm only seeing 2 commissioners in the virtual setting at the moment.
Okay, we have 3. As long as you don't have to necessarily see it, as long as you make yourself present by your voice, folks.
I was hearing you.
I know you are. I know I'm hard to look at. So the motion has been made by the Vice Chairman, seconded by the Chair. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All against. That motion is continued. Well, the motion passes, rather. The item is continued. Okay, so now we will open the floor for, public comment. Is there anyone at the podium that would like to speak? So anyone that's live at City Hall that would like to be heard?
There's no one at City Hall. We do have 3 callers that are waiting.
Okay, so let's go to the callers first, and then we'll transition directly into the pre-recorded comments.
Okay. Phone operator 1, you're live.
Sir, go ahead. You are live with the commission.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. My name is Johan Zietzman. I'm the President and CEO of the Adrian R. Center for the Performing Arts of Miami-Dade County at 1300 Biscayne Boulevard. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to address an issue of concern. We've become aware recently that the upcoming discussion about the extension of the CRA agreement in the Omni CRA would also propose a revised language that would change the essence of the agreement where it comes to funding the arts and cultural organizations within the Omni District. And we want to register our concern that the proposed revised language, although we haven't seen the final version, but it seems to us that there is a discussion that it would require the new language would eliminate the need for the requirement for the county to use 35% of the CRA funding for arts and cultural organizations in the district. This obviously poses a potential concern for us if that indeed is what would finally get approved. And we just wanted to make sure that the commission and the city understands that we have been using this fund over the last decade or more, along with other arts and cultural organizations, including the Perez Art Museum, the Frost, and the New World Symphony. We use those funds largely at the Arts for education and community engagement work in the district, and also, of course, for some capital work on our facility to make sure it's always in good shape to serve our community. We believe hundreds, if not thousands, of people in our Omni district and, of course, in the county have benefited from this work that we do because of the funding that we do receive from the CRA, and eliminating the requirement to share 35% of the funds with arts and cultural organizations would pose a threat to that and would make that discretionary into the future. We have really valued and wonderfully strong and treasured relationships with all levels of government, including the city and the county. We do not want to jeopardize that, but we are concerned that in future, in the absence of such a requirement, which is currently in place, that would become a discretionary spending and would threaten our education and community engagement work, as well as other work by other arts organizations in this district. We wanted to alert the city and the commissioners to this issue, register our concern, and ask for your support to revert to the original language and maintain it as is through the extension. Thank you very much.
Phone operator 2, you're live. Phone operator 2. Okay, let's go to phone operator 3.
The scooters, some of the mopeds we had around the city.
Go ahead, sir. You're live with the commission.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Hello.
Go ahead.
My name is Alexis Wooten. My address is 131 Northwest 15th Street. I'm an essential worker at the Veterans Affairs Hospital here in Miami, and I had a quick question about when the rideshare services would return. Some of like the Lyft scooters and the mopeds we used to see around the city.
Mr. Chairman. Mr. Manager, are you on the line? I believe that was a direct question, and I think I can help answer with regard to that. It's up to the county at this point, who have, through their emergency order, banned the use of these ride-sharing micromobility. But maybe you could clarify if you have any notion of when it will return and under what conditions of health safety they will be put back on the street.
I don't have any specific sense of timing. I think I got an email today that we are technically in green now. I think the color-coded phasing that the county has issued is a little confusing in terms of, they've not stuck to the letter of that color code. So what we're kind of in a phase, 2A or phase 1B. I don't know, how you would clarify it, but I don't have any sense of when those particular uses are going to be allowed. We haven't been given any specific timeline for those, other than it may happen more than likely within the next 2 to 3 weeks. Other than that, I don't have any specifics.
And I had a conversation with our county mayor yesterday through a Zoom call, and they are now beginning to look into those ride sharing options as a potential reopening. So they have not come up with anything just yet to say exactly what they want to do regarding ride sharing, because that's one of those things that they believe is high intensity touch items, and they lack the cleaning that they would need from person to person. So they find that to be something where it can easily spread COVID-19. So they're reluctant on necessarily moving forward with that expeditiously, if you will. Are we finished with our phone comments?
No, sir, we have more. And we have,
So I want to make this very clear. So remember, this is public comment. It's not necessarily back and forth. So I don't want to interrupt the people. If they have questions, they can ask the questions and we can address them at the end. But we want to be able to move through all the public comments so people have an opportunity to be heard.
okay. Phone operator 3, you're live. Phone operator 3, you're live.
Concerned about the homeless occupying the pedestrian sidewalk by living in a tent underneath the expressway between Northwest 10th Street and 5th Avenue and Northwest 11th Street and 5th Avenue. 2 weeks ago, when we did our neighborhood cleanup with the help of the city man supervisor in the Overtown area, we noticed an increase of uncapped syringes being disposed in our alleyways. And this is due to the fact that a lot of the homeless living in these tents have drug abuse problems. And we would like the city to address this issue to find a shelter to relocate the homeless. I yield my time. Thank you.
Okay. Phone operator 1, you're live.
Ma'am, go ahead. You're live with the commission. Hello, ma'am. Go ahead. You're live with the commission.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to speak. This is Evelyn Greer. I used to be the mayor of the village of Pinecrest and then served the community on the Miami-Dade County School Board. I now have the honor of serving on the executive committee of the ARST Performing Arts Center of Miami-Dade County. Yesterday, we learned that this item might come before the City of Miami Commission and are concerned that we haven't participated in the process of revising this amendment and would like to explore further with the county what their wishes are in regard to this amendment. The current interlocal agreement says that 35% of the CRA funds will be used to fund museums and regional cultural attractions within the Omni CRA boundary. The new language that is before you says that once the funds are paid to the county, that is the 35%, the county's use of the funds shall not be subject to this agreement or any restrictions or requirements of Chapter 163. The issue for the City of Miami is that the funds that we have been receiving at the Arts Center, the Perez, the Frost, and other cultural organizations within the Omni CRA directly benefit the City of Miami by attracting tourists, generating sales tax, etc., within the Omni CRA. If the county's 35%, which amounts to tens of millions of dollars, can be used anywhere in the county for any purpose whatsoever, the city will lose the benefits of the expenditure of these tens of millions of dollars within the Omni CRA. I would ask the City Commission to simply defer this matter so that we may consult more fully with our colleagues at the county and understand what the intention is of this amendment. I appreciate the time that you've given us, and I would sincerely hope you would just allow us, on behalf of the ARST Performing Arts Center, as well as the other arts organizations in the Omni CRA, give us an opportunity to talk to our colleagues at the county and understand more fully what this amendment means. Thank you very much. This is Evelyn Greer, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you.
Phone operator 3, you're live.
Hello, caller. You're on with the Miami City Commission.
Good morning to all. My name is Roselvic Noguera and Cillian Marie Shipping, 3038 Northwest, North River Drive, Miami, 33142. Speaking today on item PC5, proposing the amendment of the Comprehensive Neighborhood Plan by adding 2 policies to the future land use element and amending the interpretation of the future land use act for industrial land use to allow hotel and motel uses in City of Miami land designated as industrial. Based on the protection granted by the state law and based on the protection granted by the Miami River element, we request the exclusion of any V3 property or any other designated property of the Port of Miami River from this amendment. The Miami River element states that the city shall protect the Port of Miami River for encroachment by non-water dependent uses. As you know, the Miami River Sud element is the product of years of litigation and the final settlement agreement that were triggered by the adoption of amendments like the one that you are presented today. This amendment was adopted without the corresponding evaluation of data and analysis, which is one of the reasons the PC board denied the amendment proposal. The analysis of other plan policies and the state law to determine consistency. And without following the process stated in Florida Statute 1633181 that requires public participation and requests the local agency to provide the public with all the information and opportunities to comment on this proposal. The Port of Miami River is so vital that it should not be discussed in a virtual public hearing since it makes it extremely difficult for Antilleans and its attorney, Andrew Digman, to participate. The proposed amendment is not in line with the goal of the Port of Miami River element, which is the protection and the preservation of the working waterfront and couldn't involve irreversible negative impact of the Miami River marine industry. Thank you to all for your service.
Phone operator 1, you're live.
Ma'am, go ahead. You're live with the commission.
Hello, my name is Danielle Jordan, and I am a resident at 1468 Southwest 3rd Street, Miami, Florida. I am in District 5. I'm calling to comment one. I'm not sure exactly which letters is this. It's RA or whatever. It's the Wynwood Business Improvement Development bid to accept donation. And it comes to me as a concern as I think about and am in the middle of understanding more about what we are facing in our communities right now. And they know that our city commission is not taking the time to talk about, to highlight, and to bring to attention how many communities are crying out, and specifically the Miami community is speaking out against violence done to them for years upon years. And to hear you, Chair Hardiman, talk about the need for us to have a police officer tell somebody to pick up the litter when that can be a community done thing is something that concerns me. What concerns me specifically about this bill is that the police has already gotten money in the first phase. And secondly, this Wynwood community is right next to the Overtown community. And it is in fact an issue for us to sit here and think of and not help the issues that are in the community and spend more money on policing versus stopping that and taking the time to use funds to invest it in our community so we don't have homeless on the street, so we don't have drug users. Our police should not be answering calls for drug use, for domestic violence, or for social ills that we are facing in our community. It is my call and my ask is that you all take the time to think about what it can mean for Miami as a city to stay ahead of the curve. There was once the campaign that said 8 different things that our police departments need to do. And I
move on to the next speaker.
Miami has 7 out of those 8, except for clear reporting of things that are happening. And that.
Ma'am, your 2 minutes have expired. We will now need to move on to the next speaker.
Okay, we're going to go back to City Hall. We have 3 more public comments at City Hall.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Rose Pujol. I live at 2455 South Bay Shore Drive since 1984. I would like to make 2 points. Specifically, I was appalled at observing Janet McAlilly, who is a senior person in a wheelchair, sitting outside for close to an hour before being allowed to come into an air-conditioned area to speak. I find that appalling. Whatever arrangements you are making for virtual hearings, you need to address these issues. Okay, that's number 1. Number 2, I have been before you on the Villa Woodbine Carrollton matter, where the Stop Grove gridlock, and I am here on behalf of myself, because we have many friends at Grovile, and we do not want to see what's happening there happen in our community again, where you see the special interest of an individual being granted for the expense of safety, of protection, basically the general welfare of your constituents. So whatever you're going to do, I want you to please bear in mind that we support development. We are not anti-development. We would like to see smart development, and that there has to be some kind of process to hold people accountable with the community. Thank you very much.
Anyone else at City Hall?
Yes, there's one more. Hold on.
Okay.
Well, I think two more.
The mask?
You're right here.
¿Empiezo? This is Fabian Garcia Diaz. I'm a resident of Miami at 3121 Southwest 22nd Avenue. I'm coming here on behalf of myself to ask the commissioners to please take in consideration the impact that this project will have in the traffic, especially in South Bayshore Drive. Members of my family already have problems going to Mercy Hospital in rush hour, especially. And to all of us, the impact of traffic is already horrible. So please revise this project and have consideration to the impact that will have to all of us in Coconut Grove. Thank you.
Okay, there's one more person at City Hall. City Hall, we're ready for you.
Can I take off my mask? Yes. When do I talk? Okay. My name is Roberto Jakubowicz. I am in Grovile for the past 20 years. Grovile homeowners have been played, and I hate to think that my city government was in the game. Consider there is a covenant running with the land to which the city is bound. The rule of law requires the government to act according to the established rules and regulations. It does not allow for workaround solutions, and it should not be complicit in suggesting such. Imagine a developer that is able to skirt permission process right from the beginning. This developer started 6 years ago when he purchased the property, and he stated to us in a very beautiful picture, an 18-story building in which it looked like it was something for Doha or someplace in the Middle East. And he said, there is nothing you can do because I already got my permit. So this is what we're going to do. He knew very well that there is a limit on the Miami rules. And I'm not a lawyer, but I think something is wrong and something should be done about it. Thank you.
Anyone else at City Hall?
That is it, man.
That's it. Thank you. Okay, we're done. We're going to go now to recorded public comments.
Hi, my name is Annie Bisky, and my address is 111 Brickell Bay Drive, Miami, Florida, 33131. I'm calling to let our local commissioners know that we will not tolerate heightened police surveillance and criminalization, especially not right now with everything going on. I'm calling in regards to agenda item CA1, and I am voting against the agenda item. Thank you.
My name is Malevi Chavez. My address is 438 Northwest 96th Street, Miami, Florida 33150. And I am against the voting for this Thursday to accept $118,000 to the Miami-Dade Department to install cameras and license plate scanners in Wynwood. I will not tolerate this to happen in our community, especially in the time that's happening. I believe that money will be better invested in something else. As a citizen of the city of Miami, I do not approve of this. I want to vote against the agenda item CA1. Thank you. Have a nice day.
Hi, this is Melissa Chamorro. I live at 14400 Southwest 73rd Avenue in Palmetto Bay, Florida. I am calling about agenda item CA.1. I'm calling to vote against this agenda item and that we won't tolerate heightened police surveillance and criminalization in Miami-Dade. Thank you.
My name is Eduardo Avila. I live in 1686 Southwest 24th Ave, 33145, Miami, Florida. I want to vote against agenda item CA.1. Let our local commission know that we are not tolerating highly police surveillance and criminalization, especially not right now.
Hello, my name is Gabriela Rodriguez. I'm a constituent of District 11. My address is 13862 Southwest 102nd Lane, 33186. I am voicing my opposition to agenda item CA1 to install cameras and license plate scanners in Wynwood. I will not tolerate heightened police surveillance and as a result increased criminalization, especially at a time like this when our conversations and decisions should be in favor of decriminalizing and humanizing such communities. Funds that would go towards the Miami-Dade Police Department should instead go towards our communities and social services, staying away from the prison industrial complex that is purposely holding back these communities. Thank you for your time.
Hi, my name is Josh Anthony. I live at 14600 Southwest 83rd Avenue. I'm calling about agenda item CA1, where the city of Miami PD wants to install cameras and license plate scanners in Woodwood. I think it's bull that we're thinking about spending any more money to help cops police our city. I think money needs to be taken out of the police budget and given to various community resource centers that will, and if we do that, there will be less crime that is committed. I think it's bull that people, that the city of Miami is even thinking about doing this right now. And please call me back if you have any questions about my opinions. Thank you. My number is 305-431-6527. If you want to hit me up.
My name is Davielis Gayon. My address is 4371 Southwest 150th Court, Miami, Florida 33185. The item number I'm calling about is CA1, and I'm calling to vote against it. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Nicole Gazzo, and I live at 12700 Southwest 91st Avenue. And I would like to speak on behalf of agenda item CA1. I am not in support of this item. I don't think that heightened police surveillance and criminalization would be good, especially right now when there's protesters on the streets trying to get their message heard. I don't think it's right for you guys to be surveilling us even more, scanning license plates just to try and prohibit us from executing our First Amendment rights. So I'm calling as a proponent to see agenda item CA1, and I would like to say that as a resident of the city of Miami, I am not in support of this. You should let these protesters continue to have their message heard without having police, without giving police an extra excuse to harass us and try to give us some repercussions for trying to execute our First Amendment rights. So have a nice day.
Hello, my name is Eliana Agnello. My address is 763 Northeast 75th Street, Miami, Florida 33138. I'm calling to vote against agenda item CA1. Again, I am calling to vote against agenda item CA1. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Mary Johnson. I live at 4250 Biscayne Boulevard, Miami, Florida, 33137. I'm calling regarding agenda item CA1. I am in strong opposition to this item. We as citizens will not tolerate heightened police surveillance and criminalization, especially right now in the wake of the death of George Floyd and so many others on the watch of the police. Thank you for your time. Black Lives Matter.
Good morning. This is Helene Berger. I live in Building 3 at Grove Isle, apartment 801, and I've lived here for over 32 years. When we moved in, Grove Isle was a paradise, a place where my grandchildren were excited to visit, to swim, to use the tennis courts, to have lunch around the pool, to enjoy the many celebrations that our family and friends held at the beautiful clubhouse. My family frequently stayed at the small hotel on the island, which at this very moment is being demolished. Residents gathered nightly at the club for a drink or dinner. All the amenities for which we chose Grove Isle have now vanished. Why? Because a foreign investor chose the most beautiful spot in Miami to make an enormous profit with no regard for the existing community. The spectacular view of the bay, for many of us, would be blocked by a concrete building. These units are purportedly priced for from $3 to $6 million. The developer will make his killing and walk away with no responsibility for a hotel or even to maintain a small restaurant for after the first 3 years. My husband, Eddie Berger, was a developer who, with his partner, Lenny Miller, built thousands of homes. By the way, Pasadena homes, not Lennar. So I'm used to having sympathy for the developer. The difference is that when there were commission meetings for approvals for Pasadena homes, the entire community turned out not to protest, but to support.
Yes, hello, my name is Jay Ramos. I live in 16565 Northeast 26th Avenue, North Miami Beach, 33160. And I am calling in regards to item CA1 and to express my disagreement with investing a large sum of funds into installing cameras and license plate scanners in Wynwood. All this does is add to cultural criminalization in our city, and that level of surveillance is not necessary in our community, where those funds could be invested in things like battling the poverty and the inequality that we have in our city, as well as potentially education, which is lagging compared to much of the rest of the nation. So I know I don't have too much time. I just wanted to ask the City of Miami Commission to please reconsider this, and we'd want to please vote against it. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Sarah Punal. I live at 13700 Southwest 62nd Street, Miami, Florida 33183. I just wanted to call regarding agenda item CA1, letting you know that I am against the installation of cameras and a license plate scanner in Wynwood. I will not tolerate heightened police surveillance and criminalization, especially right now. Thank you for your time. Enjoy the rest of your day. Bye-bye.
My name is Ding Ying Lin, and I'm a citizen of Miami, and I'm calling to ask you to vote against agenda item CA1. We will not tolerate heightened police surveillance and criminalization, and the Commission should reject the $118,000 to the Miami PD to install cameras and license plate scanners in the Wynwood area. Please vote against agenda item CA1.
Hello, this is Jessica Farr of Miami-Dade County. My address is 14049 Southwest 149th Place, Miami, Florida 33196. I'm speaking on agenda item CA.1. I would like to urge local commissioners to vote no, because the last thing we need right now is heightened surveillance and criminalization in our neighborhoods. Our money can be invested elsewhere, and that I would like to yield the rest of my time. Thank you.
Vote no.
Hi, my name is Grace Cope. My address is 12360 Southwest 113th Avenue. I'm calling to speak on item CA1 and wanted to say that we are all against the $118,000 for 33 police cameras and license plate scanners. It makes absolutely no sense to me for a governing body in the city to act as if they're speaking for the people and making policy for the people when this is blatantly against it, and it's just a matter to escalate surveillance, which is probably for profit. Those funds should be reallocated the way the rest of the funds should be reallocated, in the way that the city is spending their money and public money back to community organizing and to actual communities who are going to be affected most by the surveillance that you're intending to implement. So, to reiterate, we are all against surveillance in Wynwood. Keep it out of Wynwood. This is asking by the people and for the people, and we're all standing in solidarity with folks who are going to be targeted as a result if this passes. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Karina Castrillo. I live at 7044 Southwest 103rd Place, Miami, Florida 33173. I'm calling today to ask that you guys vote against agenda item CA.1. Thank you so much.
Hello, my name is Marina Cepeda, and I live on 50th Place in Hialeah, and I am calling to voice my opposition to surveillance in Wynwood. I think it's a disgrace to even be proposing this, especially during this time where we see the impact of policing on Black and brown communities. I say no to the $118,000 proposed for 33 police cameras and a license plate scanner. We need to be defunding the police. We need to be reallocating these resources in the community. And there's a lot to start with in Miami itself. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Claudia Campos. My address is 2039 Northwest 18th Street, Miami, Florida 33125. And I am calling to vote against agenda item CA1. We do not want any more police surveillance or policing. It is dangerous and unsafe. Thank you.
Hello, yes, my name is Angel Algarin. I live at 11761 Southwest 18th Street, Apartment 8 in Miami, Florida, 33175. I'm calling because I do not think it is right that we are paying $118,000 to the Miami Police Department to install cameras and license plate scanners in Wynwood. I think this is over-policing to its finest, and I just don't think it's right. So I'm asking that my commissioners please vote against agenda item CA1. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Hi, my name is Geneva Claus, and my address is 800 Capri Street, Miami, Florida 33134. I'm calling to urge the Commission to vote against CA1. We will not tolerate an increased police presence. We should not be increasing the criminalization of citizens nor investing more resources to do so. Your constituents have shown their support for divesting from the police into other forms of community support, such as education, housing, and healthcare these past weeks. Please listen to them. These should be the city's main focus when dealing with the public health issues of police brutality, racism, and COVID-19. There is no reason to install cameras or license plate readers other than to create more crime and have an excuse to criminalize even more of your citizens. This is unacceptable. Thank you for your time.
Mr. Chairman and Commissioners, my name is Elizabeth Tamayo at Grovile Building 3. My research shows Grovile homeowners have been played. I hate to think my city government was in the game. Consider there is a covenant running with the land to which the city is bound. The rule of law requires the government to act according to established rules and regulations. It does not allow for workaround solutions, and it should not be complicit in suggesting such. Imagine a developer that is able to skirt permitting process right from the beginning when his demolition waiver is issued to the incorrect address. His notification letters are not sent to his abutting neighbors or to the parties who executed said covenant. His demolition permit being issued before it is compliant with any of the 3 waiver conditions. The third, a restrictive covenant ensuring the replacement of club facilities 10 months late, and even its recital conflicts with Florida law and the covenant running with the land. Bound to the covenant, the developer is not a fee simple title holder. He is a quitclaim deed holder of interest on a share plat. He states he will build 65 condo units and 26-room hotel, exceeding the density limits. The city let it slide and recorded it anyway. So he obtains permits without unequivocal title to the property, first depicting ownership of a portion of Grove Isle, unrecognized, and that does not meet the exception of replatting. And when depicting the whole Grove Isle, he fails to satisfy requirement because he lacks ownership. Ultimately, the city reverses his decision, citing a perceived division of property in the declaration of condominium. Is this lawful? Not according to Section 55-3. Please hold this project to the requirement of 1977 settlement in keeping with Miami 21, Article 222. The most restrictive or higher standard shall govern. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Hello, my name is Martin Gilberreal. I live in Coral Gables, 1251 Bird Road, and I would like to talk about item CA1 that is planning to use $118,000 to place 36 police cameras and a license plate scanner in Wynwood. And I would just heavily like to say and plead that y'all just don't do it. Don't do it. This, especially in a heavily gentrified area such as Wynwood, next to Overtown, you're just creating more and more disparities between these 2 communities that live right next to each other. Especially with what's going on right now with the protest for George Floyd, we do not need more policing. We do not need to be putting more money into the police force or anything that's related to policing and surveillance of Black and brown communities. So please, do not do this. Place this money in something completely different, in something that would help people who are struggling through coronavirus, who have lost their jobs and don't know what they're going to eat tomorrow. Please, have a great day.
Hi, my name is Hill Blackett. I live at 5824 Northwest 5th Court, and I'm calling in to oppose item CA1. We definitely don't need more surveillance, cameras, license plate readers, that kind of thing in Wynwood. We need to move away from, giving more and more funding to police, to surveillance, to incarceration. And, we need to fund the kind of things that are actually going to reduce crime, like getting people housing, making sure that people have counseling, and that kind of thing. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Hello, my name is Kelly Ewan. My address is 245 Northeast 14th Street, Miami, Florida, 33132. I'm calling in regards to agenda item CA1, and I wanted to let you know that I will not tolerate heightened police surveillance and criminalization. Thank you for listening.
My name is Emily Maloney. I live at 1550 Brickell Avenue, apartment A307 in Miami, Florida, 33129. I am calling about agenda item CA1, and I would like to say that I do not support this, and please vote against this agenda item. Thank you.
My name is Peter Aronson. I live at 5770 Southwest 62nd Terrace in Miami. I'm speaking on agenda item CA1. It's a completely unnecessary invasion of privacy. It doesn't protect or serve anybody in the public, and it's a massive waste of resources when we have so many more important things to fight, like a global pandemic, struggling economy, sea level rise, homelessness, poverty, worsening hurricanes that will likely affect us in the coming months, and just so many other things. And it's pretty despicable that we're even considering just wasting money on unnecessarily surveillance and policing. Just absurd.
Hello, this is Alessandra Mitter. My address is 133 Northwest 57th Street, 33127. I'm calling to let you know that heightened police surveillance and criminalization is totally not appropriate right now. So I would like to vote against agenda item CA.1. Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Abigail Pedikowski, and my address is 245 Northeast 14th Street, Miami, Florida, 33112. And I'm calling about agenda item CA.1. I'm calling to tell you to vote against this agenda item because I am against heightened police surveillance and criminalization, especially right now. So I hope I hope that you will vote against agenda item CA.1. Thank you.
Tina Bernard, address 1871 Northwest South River Drive, Unit 1901, Miami, Florida, 33125. Calling regarding agenda item CA1. And I would like to vote against this agenda item in terms of dollars being allocated to MPD, to Miami Police Department, to install cameras and a license plate scanner in Wynwood. This is an absolute no.
Hi, my name is Marleya Singleton. My address is 715 Northeast 91st Street, and I'm calling about item CA1. And I'm against that item, that agenda item for heightened surveillance and heightened surveillance and license plate scanner. I think it's an invasion of privacy. I think it's infiltrating our security, and I'm against the item.
Good afternoon. My name is Natalie Rivas. I live in 330 74th Street, number 12, Miami Beach, Florida, 33141. I'm calling because I know the City of Miami Commission will be voting this Thursday on whether to accept a $118,000 grant to the Miami Police Department to install cameras and license plate scanners in Wynwood. I'm calling to let you know that I do not support and will not tolerate heightened police surveillance and criminalization, especially now. So this is related to agenda item CA1, calling in support to not accept these funds to increase heightened police surveillance and criminalization. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Morgan Gianola. I live at 5811 Southwest 58th Terrace, South Miami, 33143. I'm calling in regard to agenda item CA1, specifically against this item. We do not need to be spending more money on surveillance and law enforcement at a time when thousands of us are protesting to have those resources diverted towards our communities, focusing on housing, healthcare, food, education, actually investing in our communities and giving them the things they need. These problems cannot be solved through more police violence, through more surveillance, through more over-policing of the same communities. We're all watching how you behave. You cannot do these things. You cannot keep moving forward with this at the expense of people's lives. Please take this into account when voting on this item. Thank you.
My name is Rebecca Reyes. I live at 1145 West 25th Street, Hialeah, Florida, 33010. And I'm calling to vote against agenda item CA.1. Again, I'm voting against agenda item CA.1, which involves the thousands of dollars to the Miami Police Department to install cameras and a license plate scanner in Wynwood.
My name is Jonathan Olson. I live at 340 West Flagler Street. I am calling to leave a comment regarding item CA1 in regards to $118,000 being requested for 33 police cameras and a license plate scanner. I'm calling to say no. I reject that. This is not the time for an more inflated police budget. So no, a resounding no. I'm a voting person, and I'm sick of the spending on police budgets. Almost 50 cents of every dollar goes to the police budget. No, defund now. Thank you for my time.
This is Sharika Bryan. I am a resident of Miami-Dade County, and I'm calling to express my desire that the commission not vote in favor of the $118,000 that would be dedicated to the Miami Police Department to install cameras and license plate scanners. In this time, we do not need these types of funds used, considering the inappropriate behavior of police all throughout this country. So if we could use this $118,000 for reform to ensure that people who have mental illness are treated and respected, to ensure other things are taken care of in our community, but certainly not to militarize and criminalize people who should not be. Thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Andrea Romero, and I live in 2164 Northwest 28th Street, Miami, Florida 33142. And I'm calling because I am against item CA1. I do not want $118,000 to go for 33 police cameras and a license plate scanner in Wynwood. There's no need for surveillance in Wynwood. This is a waste of money. Thank you. Bye-bye. And instead, you should invest in the homelessness that's in Miami and education.
Priscilla Gill, 18954 Northwest 57th Avenue, Hialeah, Florida 33015. I would like to vote against the agenda item CA1. Thank you.
My name is Sarah Teran, and I live at 19123 Westlake Drive in Hialeah, Florida. I'm calling about the case agenda item CA.1, and I wanted to let our local commissioners know that we will not be tolerating the heightened police surveillance and criminalization, especially right now with the whole situation with the protests. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Dume B. Enamore. I live at 133 Northwest 57th Street, and I strongly oppose CA1. I want to keep surveillance out of my neighborhood. I do not believe the police do their job correctly. I do believe that police in Miami terrorize the citizens and brutalize the citizens and abuse their power. Putting cameras all over the place is just going to be another tool to allow these goons and teens and thugs to harass students and people who are just trying to live their life. There are better venues for justice that y'all don't want to look into. For example, I say with a heavy heart to rest in peace Risa, who police tased to death. They were going to apprehend him for graffitiing on walls. I don't see how killing a graffiti artist is helping my community. All I see is taking out the color and life from my community. So, yes, I do believe that the police are thugs and gangs. I believe that they are the largest gang in America, and I refuse to give them any more power. Not with my dollar, not with cameras, not with my voice, none of that stuff, because y'all have been out of control for a ridiculous amount of time. You need to take all that money you give to police to terrorize people with military-grade gear and put it in schools, because there are schools where teachers can't afford enough textbooks for their students. There are schools where teachers are using their own dollars to pay for pencils and I don't know, like, what happened? Yeah, like I've literally had teachers like buy me food, find a place for me to stay. Like the teachers, yeah, teachers are the backbone of our community. And the fact that we are underfunding teachers and overfunding police says a lot about y'all grimy hearts. You guys, I don't know what church you go to, but
Catherine with a K, Castillo, Castillo. My address is 20530 Northwest 22nd Avenue in Miami Gardens, Florida, 33056. And I'm calling in regards to the City of Miami Police Department wanting to install cameras and license plate scanners in Woodwood. I think this increased surveillance is uncalled for and very unnecessary. So I'm voting against the agenda and item CA.1. Thank you.
My name is David Schechter, and I am 90 years old, Holocaust survivor, and a founder of the Miami Beach Holocaust Memorial. I reside at 3 Grove Isle and purchased my apartment pre-construction time. I've been privileged to live in the island for close to 40 years, but now my golden years, the value of my apartment and the enjoyment of it have been adversely affected. I know what abuse of power is. I've seen the worst of humanity and have overcome the loss of everything near and dear to me. I've been successful in business, including construction. I've always followed the letter of the law and never tried to sidestep the system. I understand code enforcement and permitting process. I cannot perceive how the developer had been allowed to demolish the hotel and the club, which is why I bought on Grove Isle 40 years ago. I'm hopeful that the commissioners will scrutinize the process to find the irregularities that have been ignored. I feel that my rights have been trampled upon. Dear commissioners, it is in your power to do the right thing, to scrutinize the process and to limit the project that appears to have been permitted in spite of omission and misrepresentation. I want to be able to spend the rest of my life, whatever time I have left, in my apartment in sunlight, not in dark shadow cast by a building that will obstruct the sights familiar for me for 40 years.
Yes, my name is Christian Bradshaw. I live at 7927 East Drive, apartment 260 in North Bay Village, Florida, postal code 33141. I'm speaking in regards to item numbers, letter CA1, in regards to the surveillance throughout the city of Wynwood, the district of Wynwood. I'm unequivocally opposed to the surveillance and the license plate scanners throughout this city. And this is pretty much why the following. Wynwood is seen by many, if not the majority of South Floridians, as a place of culture and expression. What pretty much doesn't scream expression or freedom of expression is to be surveyed for potential criminal activity that those would deem unnecessary. Where you could say a person who is expressing their artistic side on a building will be seen as graffiti, and it could be subject to lawful laws and penalties simply because you caught him on camera expressing his viewpoint artistically. Now, I'm sure there are permits made in regards to being able to change or paint different murals and expressing themselves politically or artistically throughout the city. However, I can see this law being misconstrued and abused in such a massive way throughout that city, throughout Wynwood, that it would do more harm than good for you, especially in these sensitive times, as I'm one of the protesters that have protested throughout the city of Wynwood, and you guys really don't want us to be more mad than we already are. Thank you. I use the rest of my time.
Hello, my name is Natasha. Please vote against agenda item CA.1. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Rosalind Smith. My address is 5185 Northwest 29th Avenue, apartment 701, 33142, Miami, Florida. I'm calling because I wanted to give my opinion about the installed cameras that are going to be the installed cameras and the license plate scanners that are going to be trying to be placed in Wynwood. We will not vote for this. So I really want to just put my opinion out there, and I don't believe it's a good idea. And I just wanted to get someone to call me back at 786-468-3118. Thank you so much.
Hi, my name is Haley Piper. My address is 20100 Northeast 21st Avenue, and I'm speaking against item CA1. We should not be investing $118,000 to increase surveillance in Wynwood, when instead we should actually be divesting from the surveillance and policing of our communities, and instead be investing in community self-governance and resources like housing, healthcare, and education that are currently underfunded and would actually serve the needs of our communities. The Minneapolis City Council has committed to disbanding the city's police department, and I urge the city of Miami to follow in their footsteps. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Ismael Valdez. I reside at 435 Northeast 23rd Street, Miami, Florida. I am calling in strong opposition to item CA1, the installation of 33 police cameras and police scanners in the Wynwood neighborhood. I think the general surveillance state needs to be vehemently opposed, especially when they are done through private contracts that include very little protections for what the private entities that set up and maintain these cameras can then do with the information. They facilitate surveillance state in one of our most important neighborhoods for young people to express themselves and do so freely with art, with music, and with protests. In multiple cases throughout the country, these devices have been shown to be misused by police, and many times we see the data breaches that occur. I think that $118,000 or whatever the cost for this initiative is could be much better used in housing our at-risk populations in that area, or a bunch of other uses that are required in the state of Florida. Education could use another $120,000 thrown at it. So again, I am calling to state my strong opposition to item CA1. If that's the wrong number, it is the strong opposition for the installation of police cameras and license plate scanners in the neighborhood of Wynwood, or for that matter, anywhere in the city of Miami. Thank you so much for your consideration and your time.
My name is Sharon Perry, address 217 Northwest 15th Street, Miami, Florida, 33136. I'm calling to vote no. I want them to vote no for increased surveillance for license plate scanning. I do not agree with this vote for increased cameras for license plate scanning.
Good morning. My name is Victoria Montanero, 1600 Northeast 1st Avenue. I am calling to urge you to vote against agenda item CA1, and I am urging you to do so because we do not need heightened police surveillance and criminalization at this time. We need divestment from these funds and investment in our communities. Thank you so much. Have a great day.
Hi, my name is Kiriaki Sagani. I live at 436 Northeast 77th Street Road in Miami, 33138. I am calling to urge you to vote against item CA1. We do not need heightened surveillance and militarized police. We do not need more arrests. We do not need cameras and Wynwood scanning license plates. This is unacceptable. We need This money should be going to the community, to community services, to helping the people. Please, please, please vote against this. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Immaculate Lavasser. I live at 15121 Northeast 6th Avenue, Miami, Florida. I am calling to vote against agenda item CA.1. Again, I am voting against, and I wanted to make that known that we do not tolerate or we do not need to spend more resources on police surveillance for cameras or license plate scanners in Wynwood. So again, I am a resident of Miami, Florida. I am calling to vote against agenda item CA.1, which is for the meeting set for tomorrow. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Christina Roy, my address is 1390 South Northwest 116th Street, Miami, Florida. And I'd like to say to vote no on agenda item CA1. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Virginia Gray. My address is 11530 Northwest 29th Street in Sunrise, Florida, 33323. I do a lot of business in the Wynwood area, and I would like to urge the council to vote against agenda item CA1. Please do not heighten police surveillance and criminalize activity that does not need to be criminalized. It's part of the problem with the policing and the community currently. A better use of that money would be to increase the community service programs within Wynwood. Thank you very much, and have a great day.
My name is Natalia Brown, and I live at 5185 Ponce de Leon Boulevard in Coral Gables, zip code 33146. I'm calling to inform you that I do not support item CA1, and I would urge the commissioners to vote against this item. We will not tolerate heightened police surveillance and criminalization, especially right now.
Hello, my name is Brianna Palazzolo. I'm calling in regards to the agenda item CA1, and my address is 7060 Northwest 2nd Avenue in Miami, Florida. The zip code on that is 33150. In regards to agenda item CA1, I just want to say that I want to encourage all commissioners not to support it. I believe especially now, we understand that now is not the time to tolerate heightened police surveillance and criminalization in neighborhoods like Wynwood, or in any neighborhood for that matter. So I simply don't believe we should be spending this exorbitant amount of money, $118,000, on measures that bolster the police force and that bolster the levels of criminalization in urban neighborhoods. So again, I am not in favor of that measure to install more scanners and cameras in the Wynwood neighborhood. And I really do encourage all the city commissioners to do the same and to push back against this measure. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Alexandra English. Excuse me. My name is Alexandra English. I live in Pembroke Pines, 1667 Southwest 116th Avenue. And I do work in Miami-Dade, and I just want to let you know that I find it unacceptable, and I will not tolerate heightened police surveillance and criminalization, especially right now. Vote against this, please. We don't need this. Thank you.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Sajine Talawi of 1444 Northwest 14th Avenue, Miami, Florida. The City of Miami Commission is wrong to accept $118,000 for the Miami Police Department to install cameras and license plate scanners in Wynwood. We do not need any more surveillance. We do not need any more funding going into surveillance and policing. We need to defund the police. We need to invest these funds into our education system. We need to invest these funds into our housing, and we need to create more equity for the people of Miami. This is wrong, and these are continuing policies of colonizers, and these are racist policies, and I would like the City of Miami Commission to really reconsider implementing this funding for more surveillance in Miami. This is not what we need. Thank you.
This is J.B. Diedrich here in the Grove at 3758 60 Fro Avenue. I want to thank Commissioner Manolo Reyes for pushing for Chapter 23, Miami 21 historic designation to give us 60 days rather than 50 days. As you know, we had a really scramble the last time we were designated historic against our will. So I wanted to thank you very much for making the effort. I think the next thing that I would suggest is getting rid of the thematic designation and perhaps making a bigger effort to get rid of all the fees that we must pay. You guys, the mayor was kind enough to grant us a break from the fees, but it would be wonderful if that worked for everyone because it's not cheap. Anyway, as you can see, the house is beautiful. Still working on it, still will, and always will. Thank you.
Good morning, city officials. My name is Ben Feinswag, and I've lived at 3 Grove Isle Drive, apartment 505, for the past 22 years. In my opinion, the proposed Grove Isle development project should never have passed the planning stage. The city was bound to uphold the 1977 covenant running with the land, and it simply did not. The covenant speaks to a specific number of units, 575, allowed on the island, and it was built to capacity at the time. Were those reviewing these plans even aware of that? It's really a matter of simple math. If you tear down 50 units, you can build 50 units. Simple, right? How is it possible that this project morphed into something so much larger? And additionally, in total disregard for the light, noise, and air pollutions, as well as the traffic congestion it will create, negatively impacting not only the residents of Grove Isle, but also all of the coastal residential neighborhoods and the whole of Coconut Grove. The city seemingly works in favor of the developer at the expense of Miami residents, who, by the way, are the very people the city should protect. The development is not going to produce jobs or further the common good. It is being built for one reason and one reason only, to line the pockets of wealthy foreign investors who purchased an interest in a piece of communal property by quitclaim transfer. How can the city leave its residents defenseless, the very people for whom you were elected to represent? Thank you for your time and your consideration.
Hi, my name is Camila Pristula, and I live at 2000 North Bayshore Drive, Miami, Florida, 33137, apartment 809. And I'm calling because I am opposed to item CA1, which calls for more surveillance, more police cameras, and a license plate reader in Wynwood. I don't think that's the strategy that's best for our residents. I actually hope that we look at new ways of allocating our budget for social services that does not involve more policing. Thank you.
My name is Andrea Polanco, and I reside at 10734 Southwest 152nd Terrace. And I am voting against the agenda item CA1. We want to let our local commissioners know we will not tolerate heightened police surveillance and criminalization, especially right now.
My name is Ken Barnes, and I live at 11111 Biscayne Boulevard in Miami 33181. I'm calling to testify about item CA1. I urge a no vote on this effort to impose surveillance in Wynwood. I think at a time like this, it sends the wrong message. What we need is less in the way of police presence and more in the way of services. So again, I urge a no vote on CA1. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Gilbert Placeres. I live at 600 Northeast 36th Street. I work with Engage Miami. I'm calling against Agenda Item CA1 in opposition to Agenda Item CA1. I think it's dangerous to install this level of surveillance. It seems like a camera on pretty much every block in Wynwood in this community and intrude on people's privacy indiscriminately with no evidence of anything against anyone and no concern for anyone's privacy. This is a place where people go to have fun, to be free, and it's unfortunate that we're considering making everyone feel like a criminal and constantly surveilled. I know as someone who spends time in Wynwood and knows a lot of people who spend time in Wynwood, it's not a place people currently feel unsafe, but that could change if suddenly folks are made to feel like criminals, constantly surveilled and with militarized police eager to respond. It's even more concerning that this intrusion is happening at the request of the Wynwood Business Improvement District. Our police shouldn't be a private security force working on some external command. More broadly, the city should be reducing the budget that's going towards the police. Over a quarter of the $1.1 million operating budget, about $265 million goes towards police every year. And instead, the city should be investing in things that actually keep us safe, like housing, like health services, like community-based violence intervention programs. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Oriana Albornoz, and I'm calling, and my address is 2221 Northeast 2nd Avenue, Pompano Beach, Florida, 33060. I am calling to vote against agenda item C8.1, and that I want to let the local commissioners know that we will not tolerate heightened police surveillance and criminalization, especially right now. And I appreciate that you guys are giving us the opportunity to speak our voice, but I am voting against agenda item C8.1.
Hi, my name is Michael Del Valle. I live in Wynwood at 240 Northwest 25th Street, apartment 811, and I am calling to ask you to please vote against Bill C81 for the heightened security in Wynwood. I don't want more cameras or license plate scanners in Wynwood. This is not necessary. There's no need for heightened police surveillance. This is again to vote against agenda item C as in cat, A as in apple, numerical digit 1, CA1. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Ashley Thomas. I'm a resident of the city of Miami, address 246 Northwest 54th Street, 33127. I'm calling about the agenda item CA1 that's allowing the city of Miami, the police department to install cameras and license plate scanners in Wynwood. I want to express my desire that I'm against this. We've already seen that cameras do not work. It's been deemed unconstitutional in other counties and other cities. And we don't want a heightened level of police presence and surveillance in our neighborhood. We would like to have great relationships with the officers. We already see that they get a large amount of the city budget. We do not want to increase their budget. We want to reduce and put it towards other programs. Thank you again for allowing me to express my concern. I am not for, I am against CA1 moving forward, and I hope the commission takes this in consideration. Have a great day.
All right. My name is Myrene Charles. I'm at 8200 Southwest 91st Street, Miami, Florida, 33156, and I'm calling to tell the commission to please vote against agenda item C8.1. Heightened police surveillance and additional criminalization of the citizens of Miami is beyond intolerable at this point. The city needs to understand that they can't just keep shoving down more policing tactics at people. This is not the time to be doing that. And $118,000 to the police department's budget for cameras and license plate scanners is exactly moving in the wrong direction. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Melvina Feinswag. For the past 22 years, I have lived on Grove Isle, Building 3, Apartment 505. Almost 3 years ago, my family and I left Grove Isle 3 days before Hurricane Irma, thinking we may never see our home again. While our island did not get the direct hit feared, we did have substantial damage, mainly the seawall near the club. Nothing has been done to repair the seawall, and I worry about the safety of the island that many of us call home. The bridge is in disrepair. We were promised that it would be fixed and reinforced before debris and building supplies would be carried over it. Well, here we sit with broken promises while construction carries on. If the city and developer cared, why would they have put us in such a dangerous position? I have neighbors who open their car windows and remove seatbelts before crossing the bridge in case it collapses. Over the months, I, along with others, have come to meet with all of you about what's happening at Grove Isle. Nothing has been resolved. We are sitting ducks for this hurricane season. The Coast Guard reports that we are most vulnerable in our Bay Area. Who's looking after the shop? Where are all his permits? Who's checking on him? I look out to enormous piles of debris, metal, cement chunks, glass, and planks of wood, wondering how my family would be when another storm comes our way. Please, help us live in a safe community. It's not safe now. You all know about the problems here. The developer is steamrolling over all of us, including you. Now it's time for you to act on these pressing issues and help us. That's why we put you in office. We need your help now. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Monica Scocco Rodriguez, and I live at 133 Northeast 2nd Avenue. And I wanted to leave a comment on item CA1. I am against this item. I do not believe that we should be funding police cameras and license plate scanners at this time or ever. Thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Gabrielle Rosenberg. I live in 801 Brickell Bay Drive. I'm calling in regards to agenda item CA1, and I'm asking and begging that the commissioner votes no on this agenda because it's disgusting that you would even consider taking cameras and doing that with license plates and everything. I work in law. I'm not trying to deal with that right now. Please, I beg of you. And I'm a black person. I work in Wynwood. I don't want to be bothered with that garbage. So please stop it. Yes, like I was saying, my name is Gabrielle Rosenberg from 801 Brickell Bay Drive. I was saying that I want the commissioner to not accept the license cameras and everything in Wynwood, the agenda CA1. I'm begging that you guys do not add that to the city of Wynwood because I work there. I'm a black person, black woman on top of everything else. I cannot believe with what's going on right now, you guys would do this. It's absolutely unacceptable. I don't think you want CNN and everybody here watching you people do this and all of that. Please think about what you're doing before you do it.
This is Daniel Schwartzbaum, resident of 8925 Collins Avenue, Surfside, Florida, 33154. I'm calling to discuss specifically Resolution CA1, which addresses an increase in funding for the business improvement design of Wynwood bid, and I'm calling to voice my opposition against this resolution. Providing more funding for surveillance for the police can infringe on individual privacy. It's already been demonstrated how this can be used not just in the moment, but also to keep track of these people in the future. And this could very likely discriminate against people who would already be targeted by the police. So once again, this is to voice my opposition against CA1. Thank you.
My name is Julia Florentine, and my address is 7000 Northwest 2nd Avenue. I am calling to speak on agenda item CA1. I hope that the City of Miami Commission vote against this item because I do not think it is in our best interest. Businesses in Wynwood have been shut down for over 3.5 months now and are gearing up to reopen to the public using social distancing measures. And anything that would discourage people from spending their dollars in the Wynwood area will end up hurting small businesses and businesses that truly depend on any money that they may receive at this time. Furthermore, we do not need high-end police surveillance systems in the area that will only vilify demographics that have already had negative experiences with the police or anything else that will cause tensions within the Wynwood area and the city of Miami. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Nelly Valdez. I live at 1600 Northeast 1st Avenue, Miami, Florida, 33132. I'm calling to ask the Commission to vote against CA1. I don't think we should accept $118,000 for the Miami Police to install cameras and license plate scanners in Wynwood, especially given the climate we're in. We will not tolerate heightened police surveillance and criminalization. Many of us are asking for funds to be diverted from the police, and continuing to put more money there puts our communities at risk by creating more tension and distrust. Please vote against CA1. Thank you.
This is Barry Fellman, 3 Grove Isle Drive, Miami. 2 commission meetings ago, you discussed recently built homes on Day Avenue that violated setbacks, upset the neighborhood, and resulted in a lawsuit against the city. The sentiment expressed on the dais was that it's the city's obligation, when its laws or rules are broken, to take action quickly, to prevent further harm, and to stop the violations, not to facilitate them as reportedly happened. This is even more urgent when life and safety are endangered, as they are here at Grove Isle. The city has been advised of violations here by the developer for several months, yet the city has taken no action to stop them or the harm they're causing. Residents here are at risk from a failing bridge and damaged seawalls that the developer is required to repair, but instead is damaging them further. When the developer's trucks cross the bridge, they close to all other traffic, even emergency vehicles, fearing collapse, and the developer is removing life-saving storm barriers that protect us just as hurricane season begins. Before the city issued the developer's demolition permit, the city was advised of deficiencies and misrepresentations in that permit application, as well as others. Yet, even with this prior knowledge, the city improperly issued these permits anyway. It is frustrating and insulting that both verbal and email communications about deficiency and violations, confirmed by staff as received, have not been replied to, not to mention the complete lack of transparency exhibited. As city fathers, we have put our trust in you to look out for us and our neighbors, to protect our rights and our lives, and not to repeat the mistakes we should be learning from. Please, take immediate action to enforce city rules to stop the earth-disturbing activities and irreparable harm being inflicted here in Grove Isle. I respectfully request that my emails of May 4th, 18th, and 27th to you and staff, which I will forward to the clerk, be made part of the record. Thank you for this opportunity to speak with you.
Hi, my name is Grace Solaris. I'm speaking on behalf of Miami Neighborhoods United and myself. I'm calling on SR1. We oppose the proposed amendments that deal with the pensions for city commissioners. You cannot amend ordinances that violate the charter. The proposed amendments are abusive and fiscally obscene. The city charter does not authorize pension or retirement benefits for elected officials, period. Section 37A requires a pension or retirement benefit for the classified services of employees, and 37B permits the city to purchase insurance contracts, granting annuities or pensions for any class of employee. Again, as you can see, the charter does not authorize or permit pensions or retirement plans for elected officials. All proposed amendments to Chapter 40, Division 4, entitled City of Miami Elected Officials Retirement Trust, are invalid because they violate Section 37 of the city charter. We respectfully ask that this commission does not vote to approve the changes to give yourselves a pension that is not permitted by the charter. and that you do not approve the changes in the time of service required for anyone who is elected as a commissioner now or in the future to reduce it to 6 years of service in order to get all kinds of benefits. That is obscene. This abuse of the taxpayers' money contributions to the city, gentlemen, must stop.
Good morning. My name is Bob Denholtz, and I reside at 3 Grove Isle Drive in Coconut Grove. I purchased our apartment over 21 years ago. As due diligence, I read the 1977 covenant running with the land and made my investment largely based on the promises in that covenant, thrilled by the thought of spending active retirement years with my wife, relaxed and pampered after the many years of hard work. The hotel, in close proximity but separate, provided space for our family when they often visited from out of state. In addition, one of our triplet daughters, who attended the University of Miami, as did I, was married in Miami, and all the guests stayed at the hotel, enjoying a fabulous weekend, as well as a wonderful brunch the day after the wedding. The little island convenience store for last-minute essentials was a savior when entertaining. The club with memberships open to Maine Islanders was an everyday occurrence for many. A tranquil walk along the bay, and you're there. As quick lunch or fresh seafood dinner awaited. Zagat's reviewed the restaurant as the most romantic place to enjoy dinner in all of Miami. My wife visited the hair salon weekly while I enjoyed a sauna or workout in the gym. Occasionally, we treated ourselves to the spa. The natural beauty of the palm and grape trees created a canopy as well as the lush shrubbery year-round. Relaxation came in various vignettes, and perfect for a private afternoon read. Abolishing the quality of life for more than 1,000 people in favor of 65 new residential units is unthinkable. Whereas the natural beauty existed, there will be concrete. Please review these permits, make certain procedures were followed correctly, protect your citizens and neighbors. Don't set a precedent for manipulation of the law that will destroy our way of life as well as the other communities in the future. I was assured the 77 Covenant will protect us all and our beautiful special island. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Gabriela Barocas. My address is 4371 Southwest 150th Court, Miami, Florida 33185. I'm calling with regards to CA1. I would like the commissioners to vote against this. I think it's a waste of money, and honestly, I see us going more towards the way of China with this, and I think that that is an invasion of privacy. Thank you so much, and have a great day. Bye.
My name is Jessica St. Clair, 155 Northwest 64th Street, and I'm calling to ask the Commission to vote against Agenda Item CA1 on increased public surveillance in Wynwood. In this current climate, it would be a disgrace for the city to pass such an item, which only increases the amount of policing and criminalization in my neighborhood. This would only increase stop and frisk and give even more reason for the implicitly biased police to criminalize Black people as well as houseless people who are the vulnerable backbone of the city. We're talking about the Black people who built Colored Town and made Wynwood what it is today. We don't need to spend more money on policing when it's clear they do not determine what keeps us safe. Thank you.
Yes, hello. My name is Richard Nina Angeles. My living address is 8567 Southwest 214 Lane in Cutler Bay, Florida, 33189. I am calling to state that I am against item CA1. Thank you.
My name is Cassie Romaine. My address is 14080 Northeast Biscayne Boulevard, Aventura, Florida 33181, and I am against item CA1.
Hello, my name is Aline Ferreira, and I live in 1599 Southwest 113 Avenue, and I would like to contact you guys about the $118,000 that is supposed to be given to the Miami Police Department to install cameras and license plate scanners in Wynwood, and I would like to request that for you guys to vote against that because right now that's not what we need. Thank you.
My name is David Perez, and I reside in 2003 North Miami Avenue, Apartment 1, 33127. And I'm calling to send a message about the item CA1. Yeah, I'm completely against this item because I think during this time that we're dealing with as a nation, that it's pretty insulting to be allocating $180,000 and weaponizing surveillance within a community that's dealing with a lot of hurt right now. It's sickening. I don't know why this isn't pushed back. I don't know why this isn't being reviewed at the moment, considering everything that's been going on throughout the entire nation and through the entire world because of all these protests. I just do not see any type of positivity from this item at all whatsoever. I think it's just going to add more weapons into a system that's already murdering Black, Indigenous, and people of color at the moment. And I just don't agree with this at all whatsoever. But I thank you for your time.
Hello, my name is Rebecca Sell. I live at 15051 Royal Oak Lane, and I'm speaking on CA1. I think it is incredibly tone deaf if you approve the dispersal of these funds. We just had a protest in Wynwood. The community came together against the police presence in an increasingly gentrified area that has taken over and pushed communities out. You are now trying to create a more police state in that area. It is completely wrong. It is morally wrong, and it's illegal. You really need to listen to the people, and you need to respect us and defund the police instead of increasing a police presence. We will keep calling, and we will keep messaging you, and we will keep reading your agenda items. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Zoe Van Slyke. I reside at 145 Southwest 13th Street in Miami, Florida, with the zip code 33130. I am urging the City of Miami Commission to vote against agenda item CA1. This will increase police presence and surveillance in Wynwood, and the cameras and the license plate scanner that will be installed, I believe, will lead to more crime and more fault for our community. And as we've seen previously, higher police surveillance and presence leads to more crime and not less usually. This is not the time to be doing this. This is the time to listen to the community and not surveil us and incarcerate us even more. Thank you very much.
Jada Banks, and I say no to $118,000 for installation of the 33 police cameras and license plate scanners in Wynwood. I'm voting against CA1.
My name is Joseph Longuera. I'm president of the Miami Police Benevolent Association. I live at 1420 Brickell Bay Drive. I'm here to discuss RE4, the donation of the 1949 Plymouth to the Miami Police Benevolent Association. We would like you to approve this, and we'd like to accept this vehicle. We'd like to repair it so that it runs and it can be used in parades and other community events with the police department, along with our 1966 Plymouth. These vehicles will be kept inside in the Miami Police Benevolent Association Miami Police Museum, which is under development. The building's done. We're just still setting up displays and everything. We would love you to come by and see us. I hope you support and approve this item. Thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Claudia Deluzzi, and I live in Little Haiti on 42nd and 1st Ave. And I'm calling because I am against the item CA1. We will not tolerate more police surveillance and criminalization, especially right now during this time. Thank you.
Nathan Curlin, 3132 Day Avenue, SR1. Commissioners, I come for you to repeat and allow a reprise of comments I made on October 10, 2019 on this very same issue. I'd like to start with the same question. What do you call someone with no nose and no body? And the answer remains, nobody knows. So I have additional questions. Why do commissioners feel that they have a right to a pension for a part-time job not authorized by Section 37 of the city charter? Nobody knows. Why are commissioners intending to create a pension based on twice their salary? Nobody knows. Why aren't commissioners' pensions a referendum issue, letting the public decide? Nobody knows. After a year of giving away public land, conducting personal vendettas from the podium, and destructively dipping into each other's district, what could possibly convince you that any member of the public believes your behavior should be rewarded with a lifetime gift? The answer is absolutely nobody knows. It is reprehensible that in this time of recession, pandemic, murder demonstrations, and a massive reduction in this year's budget, next year's city budget, that you would even consider bringing this issue before you. Please send this issue to the bottom of Biscayne Bay where it belongs. Thank you.
People are talking, but nobody's listening. October 1st, October 10th, March 16th, March 20th, April 20th, May 7th, May 28th. These are the days that I personally sent physical letters and email to Commissioner Keon's staff, the mayor's staff, explaining to them the issues that we are having in Little Haiti regarding illegal dumping. There are garbage in almost every street. Our streets are filthy. People are talking, but nobody's listening. This is the reason why the people are protesting in these streets. This is the reason why they're rioting. This is the reason why you see they're holding signs trying to get your attention, talking to you guys. Because following the way emails you guys, standing in front of you guys, telling you what's the problems are, nothing's being done. I personally went around and pick up garbage myself almost every weekend. Purchase rakes, shovels, bags for people with my hard-earned money to clean the streets of Little Haiti because we are talking. Nobody's listening.
Hi, my name is Mariana Peñalosa, and I'm calling as part of Engage Miami to speak against item CA1. Address is 7000 Northwest 2nd Avenue. I'm urging you all to say no to item CA1 that will use $118,000 on police cameras and a license plate scanner in Wynwood. These surveillance technologies are a weaponization of social life and social space in a gentrified neighborhood that is already in proximity to the hearts of Black Miami. These are carceral technologies meant for racialized surveillance used to police people in their everyday lives. They will bring Black Miamians that much closer to police brutality and that much closer to the possibility of imprisonment by a historically anti-Black system. The city of Miami already spends over $250 million of their $1.1 billion operating budget on policing. The community does not want more investment in policing. We want a divestment. We say no to item CA1, so you must say no too. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Adrian Carvajal, and I am calling on the behalf of not tolerating heightened police surveillance and criminalization, especially right now. I want to say no to the $118K for the installation of 33 police cameras plus license plate scanner in Wynwood. $118,000 can go to something very special right now, and it does not have to be more police cameras. Yeah, that's just not necessary. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Charlotte Foreman. My address is 15051 Royal Oaks Lane, North Miami. I am speaking in firm opposition to Resolution CA1. I believe that the $118,000 for 33 police cameras and a license plate scanner in Wynwood is a poor use of the city's money, and I believe that that funding could be used for human-centered services like education, truly affordable housing, healthcare, and opportunity. I believe that the use of this money for police cameras and a license plate scanner does not benefit public safety. Rather, it would funnel more bodies into the criminal justice system. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Christina Drill. My address is 3635 Southwest 1st Avenue in Miami. And I am calling because I would like to state that I was against item CA1
which states that there would be $118,000 more in funding for 33 police cameras and a license plate scanner in Wynwood, especially given what has now been obviously revealed about just like police surveillance in general. I find that this is like an incredibly dangerous thing to post up in Wynwood. I don't think it's necessary. I think it will result in more harm than good, and it just doesn't seem like it would be an appropriate use of the city's funding when that money could be allotted to more productive and less criminal modes of use. So with that, I would just like to again state that I am extremely against item CA1, and I do not condone this plan for surveillance in the neighborhood of Wynwood or in any neighborhood in Miami-Dade at all. So thank you very much. Bye.
Hi, my name is Sophia Fafia. I live in 45 Northeast 146th Street in Miami, Florida. I'm calling to say no to item CA1 about policing in Wynwood and all the funds that go into policing that area. I don't think it's necessary to have so much money put into one area for surveillance. I am going against CA1. I say no to CA1, and I hope that the city of Miami is able to resolve this issue and hear the people and listen to the people. Thank you.
I am Larry Solomon, and I live at 3 Grovile Drive, Unit 1809, and I'm calling in regard to the Grovile discussion at the meeting. We are a very tranquil community of 550 units, including families with children, adults, and seniors. At any part of the day, people are walking, jogging, bicycle riding, and of course, people walking their dogs all over the island. You can see many people pushing a stroller or medical aids pushing wheelchairs. I'm very concerned with the increase in truck traffic coming and going through the one-way in and out of the island. With our older residents that may require emergency medical attention, I'm worried that an ambulance entering the island may be delayed due to the increase in traffic. It would be horrific if any emergency vehicle had to travel at a very slow speed due to being behind a truck, and God forbid there was a death due to the arrival delay. Obviously, fire trucks and police vehicles would also be delayed. The developer was supposed to reinforce the bridge due to the weight of each truck and have a quicker flow so more than one truck can travel over the bridge at any point in time, at the same time. This has not been done. The developer knew for months the trucks would cross the bridge and never be considered the slow movement of each vehicle. Why did he wait? His negligence has added to our safety concerns. Not being an engineer, I think about what if while constructing the foundation of the new building, with the proximity so close to the seawall, could this cause any structural damage to Building 3? And finally, now during hurricane season, I understand that the Coast Guard has determined the Grovile seawall in direct hit to a hurricane and getting emergency vehicles to compete with all of the street traffic could be a disaster. I urge you to help reduce the density on our beautiful island. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Eva Pedriglieri. My address is 3824 West 16th Avenue, Hialeah, and I'm commenting today on Article CA.1. I'm calling to urge members to vote against this agenda item due to the rise in awareness over police brutality and excessive budgets that are allocated to police department efforts in maintaining primarily black and brown neighborhoods under surveillance. I've become aware of this initiative and strongly oppose. We must work together to take outrageous high funds given to police to militarize, surveil, and by consequence continue to exercise excessive force and shift towards more funding for education and health services. Let's focus our efforts and money on education and not incarceration. Thank you.
My name is Christopher Balmaceda. I live in 2096 line, 2nd PO. I'm calling to address agenda item CA1 to let our local commissioners know we will not tolerate high-end police surveillance and criminalization, especially not right now.
Hello, my name is Evangelina Kay, and I am calling because I want to support the case of not having cameras in Wynwood. It's Project CA1. I am calling to get rid of the cameras and the $118,000 that costs to have those cameras surveillance in Wynwood. I'm calling to support this cause and to vote against having those cameras, CA1, in Wynwood. Thank you.
Hello, this is Soraya Strauss. I am a member of Engage Miami, address 7000 Northwest 2nd Avenue, Miami, Florida, 33150. I am calling to request the Miami Commission vote against the installation of cameras and a license plate scanner in Wynwood. Thank you.
My name is Christian Echendia. I'm calling in reference to the $118,000 to the police department to install cameras and license plate scanners in Wynwood. I would just like to personally say that this is the wrong direction that you guys are choosing to go in. There's many protests going on outside for the sake of police brutality, and instead of doing anything to solve that, you're now trying to solve a problem to catch more people committing crimes. I'm not too sure if the city of Miami-Dade has enough common sense to realize that in order to change something, you cannot just simply add more rules and demands expecting things to go your way. I personally feel that if you want to stop police brutality and all the crimes that follow behind it, what needs to happen is an act against the police. You guys constantly keep on trying to add more and more laws to put more people in prisons to profit off of it. And it's not going to help the community one bit at all.
Hello, my name is Bram Masla. I live in Miami, and I'm calling about item CA1. I would like to say no to the $118,000 for 33 police cameras and a license plate scanner. I don't believe we need more surveillance in Wynwood right now. I'm an artist and I regularly perform in Wynwood, and I don't believe that this is a good movement right now to increase surveillance and criminalization, heightened police presence, especially right now. So I hope that the vote is against agenda item number CA1. Thank you very much.
Hello, my name is Lady Joy Diaz. I live at 6223 Southwest 147th Court, and I'm calling about agenda item CA.1. I vote no. This is not a good thing, especially in the middle of all this craziness about police. How are you going to increase surveillance? So it's a big, big no on my part. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Danielle Goodman. I live at 43 Northwest 85th Street in Miami, and I'm calling to ask you to vote against agenda item CA1. We know that more surveillance and more enforcement means more violence, targeting Black and brown lives, more criminalization, more people condemned by bias of the criminal justice system, more people stigmatized and relegated to permanent underclass because of the criminal label. Enough now. Do not receive the help for this. Instead, invest in and receive help to grow our public health, not to be a public threat. Please vote against agenda item CA1. Thank you. Please also make sure that your incoming message includes translation into Creole. Right now, it is only in English and Spanish. Creole is one of our 3 languages in Miami. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Maria Maldonado. I live at 8101 Biscayne Boulevard, and I am calling today because I would like my local commissioners to vote against agenda item CA1 at the City of Miami Commissioners meeting tomorrow at 9 a.m. I do not want more funds going into my local police in my community. Thank you very much for listening to my message. Have an excellent day. Goodbye.
Hello, my name is Megan Carden. I live at 1250 South Miami Avenue, apartment 1512, Miami, Florida, 33130. I am calling to urge you to vote against agenda item CA1 at tomorrow's City of Miami Commission vote on June 11th, 2020. Thank you so much. Have a good day.
Hello, my name is Kara Boyer, and I am a resident of 9545 Southwest 171 Path, Miami, Florida, 33196, and I am calling against item CA1 for the $118K for 33 police cameras and a license plate scanner. We want to keep surveillance out of Wynwood, and we want to defund the police. So again, I'm calling against item CA1. My name is Adriana Moffett. I live at 5812 42nd Terrace, Miami, Florida. And I wanted to talk to the city commissioners today about that the voting this Thursday is going to accept $118,000 for the Miami Police Department to install cameras and a license plate scanner in Wynwood. I don't think this is an appropriate action, and I want them to know that we're not going to tolerate heightened police surveillance and criminalization, especially right now, and especially in the community of Wynwood that is predominantly black, and I think it's despicable that you guys are doing this. Thank you. Have a great day.
Hi, my name is Katerina Yanis. I live at 690 Southwest First Court, Miami, Florida, 33130, and I'm calling to speak out against item CA1. We say no to $118,000 for 33 police cameras and a license plate scanner. Thank you.
My name is Joyce Nelson, and I've lived in the Grove since 1974. My address is 2535 Inagua Avenue. I'm commenting on the personal appearance by Rosario Kennedy. I remember in the mid-1970s a proposal to build 4 40-story condos towers on Grove Isle was being discussed. I remember neighbors in the Tiger Tail Association, the Audubon Society, the Coconut Grove Civic Club, and Bayshore Homeowners Association protesting the project because of its density and traffic that would burden the neighborhood. Eventually, the project was reduced to 3 18-story towers. In 1977, an agreement with the developer and the city limited density on the project to 575 units, which codified a covenant running with the land forever. The City of Miami joined the community groups in signing of the covenant. So what has happened now? How has the current developer gotten permits to build a total of 91 new units? How has the city allowed this? How has the developer been able to destroy the agreement made by the community and the city 43 years ago? Please protect our community and deny this development.
Carlos Tamayo es mi nombre, propietario originario del apartamento 1710 del segundo edificio de Grove Isle. Soy ingeniero civil desde el año 1960 con una vasta experiencia en desarrollos inmobiliarios. Recurro a ustedes, ilustres comisionados de la ciudad de Miami, para pedirles humildemente que revisen los procedimientos seguidos para el otorgamiento de los permisos de construcción sin poseer la propiedad de la parcela donde ha funcionado un hotel y el club de Grove Isle. Por toda la información y documentación estudiada, en ninguna parte aparece alguna parcelación de los terrenos ocupados por el club y sus instalaciones, por lo que es imposible aplicar las ordenanzas sobre construcciones denominadas Miami 21, ya que no poseen la propiedad de la tierra, y teniendo en cuenta que el porcentaje de construcción se calcula sobre el tamaño de la parcela, en las normas u ordenanzas de Miami 21 se aplican para parcelas no menores de 5,000 pies cuadrados ni mayores de 40,000 pies cuadrados. Por otra parte, como comprador originario, me corresponde, según el documento de condominio y el documento de propiedad, unos derechos de por vida mientras posea la propiedad, como son el uso y disfrute de todos los amenities del club sin pago alguno. Y hoy pretenden cercenar esos derechos adquiridos en el momento de la compra. Por estas razones, les suplico de todo corazón, revisen las irregularidades cometidas en el otorgamiento de este permiso de construcción, que a todas vistas se ve que es ilegal. Atentamente, su seguro servidor, Carlos Tamayo.
Hi, my name is Annie Garcia.
Good morning, I'm the Spanish. Okay. Good morning, I'm the Spanish interpreter. Carlos Tamayo is my name, apartment owner, 1710 second building of Grove Isle. I've been a civil engineer since 1960 with extensive years of experience in real estate development. I turn to you, distinguished commissioners of the City of Miami, to humbly ask you to revise the procedures that granted construction permits without an actual ownership of the land where a hotel and the Grove Isle Club have been running. Due to all the studies done on information and documentation about this matter, there's nothing to be found regarding the regulations for subdivision of land or parcelation of this piece of land, which is occupied by the club and its facilities. Therefore, it's impossible to apply the ordinances related to construction, named Miami 21, since they don't own the property of the land. And taking into account that the percentage regarding construction is calculated based on the size of land, Miami 21's ordinances or regulations are applied for land of no less than 5,000 square feet and no more than 40,000 square feet. Thus, as an original owner and according to the condo association document and title deed, I'm allowed certain rights throughout my lifetime as long as I own the property, such as the use and enjoyment of all club amenities without any charge, and now they pretend to remove these rights that were given to me at the time of purchase. For these reasons, I beg you with all my heart, revise all these irregularities and the granting of this construction permit, which it's easy to see to be illegal. Yours sincerely, your reliable source for any help, Carlos Tamayo.
That's the end of public comments.
Is there anyone else at the podium that needs to speak in person?
No, sir.
No? Our public comment has come to an end. And now we will continue on with the regular agenda. Is there anyone that wants to be recognized, first of all?
Mr. Chairman?
You're recognized, sir.
Thank you. When we do get to the consent agenda, I'd like to pull CA1, please, for discussion.
It's only one item on it. We can talk about CA1 now since it's you're recognized.
Thank you very much. I was very impressed by the advocacy that I don't believe we've received that much, that many messages or calls from folks, no matter where they're from and no matter who organized the effort. It is a lot of advocacy on an issue in local government, and you certainly can't say that's a bad thing. Timing is everything, and I've been working with the Wynwood bid for a while, Mr. Chairman. It's part in your district, part in mine, and I would just like to give some background to this item. It certainly didn't come about yesterday, and the Wynwood bid didn't do this intentionally during a time of unrest and scrutiny of police. This actually started about a year ago this month when an African-American woman was killed in a hit and run in the streets in Wynwood on 2nd Ave. And they were not able to apprehend anyone with no photographic or video evidence of what had happened. The business owners of the area are the ones working together on this issue for the last year to try to bring more safety and accountability. It's certainly not about simple surveillance. But that being said, I certainly recognize the sensitivity of the issue right now. And I would very much recommend that the Wynwood bid engage in some public dialogue on this to make sure that residents know and concerned citizens know why they are trying to accomplish what they're trying to accomplish, so that this isn't about the people versus the police. There is a potential cooperative here to make an area safer that doesn't strip people of their rights or create an untoward surveillance for a negative purpose. And I really want to make sure the record reflects that the Wynwood bid did not have that intention. Obviously, I'm not a member of the Wynwood bid, but I know that they've been working on this for a long time and not for the wrong reasons. But it would be my recommendation for an indefinite deferral of the item so that they have the ability to work with the community so the community understands why they're doing it and they can hear the community's concerns. And if there is anything that needs to be changed within how it's implemented to better reflect some of the issues we're dealing with now, that be considered. So that would be my recommendation.
Commissioner Godoy, you recognize.
Look, I think you all know that I've been very verbal, being very cautious with cameras and how long we keep video, because I think that if there's something that's sacred for all of us is our privacy and our constitutional rights. However, if there has been a time that has convinced me even more that we need more cameras. Keeping the videos for a limited amount of time and tag readers is now. And we need it now, not just to protect the life and property of our residents in Miami, but also to make sure that if we have a bad cop that's done something wrong, that we could catch him. But at the same time, we want to make sure that we also have those videos so that when you have false allegations and accusations on good cops that are doing their job, we could also prove that. So I'm not in favor of deferring this more. I feel that the vast majority of the people that have called in are not even residents of our city. I see no reason to wait any longer because those that oppose this are going to oppose it no matter what. Many are the same ones that want to abolish the whole police department, that want to let all the prisoners out of jails and have no jails. So I really don't see what we're going to accomplish by waiting more and more and more on something that is there and started, as you yourself stated, Commissioner Russell, because one of our residents got run over. And those are the main reasons why we need those cameras. For incidents like that we can find out who's committed crimes, who's committed a hit and run. So this can only protect our residents. And the one thing I also want to make clear, this is coming from the bid. It's not the city of Miami. Absolutely. It's coming from the bid itself, from the tax that they put upon themselves, upon the different businesses that are there. And they have a right to work with that money in whichever way they see fit. So I'm in favor of moving forward with this today and approving it.
Commissioner Reyes? Unmute yourself, sir. Still can't hear you.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, I agree with Commissioner Carollo. This is not a City of Miami program. It has been asked by the people that are in the middle of the neighborhood and the ones that have been either victims of crime or they want to protect the residents and their businesses. And I have my questions also, and when I was presented to me, and I made clear that the keeping of information have to be for a certain period of time, and no private company and no private institution should be able to get this information. But having said that, I have only one question. If it hadn't been for cameras, how would we been able to identify and arrest the people that were looting and vandalizing our automobiles and our city? This is for protection. I mean, I don't mind to have them even in my neighborhood, and I believe in my rights of privacy like anybody else. But this is just for protecting people. And at this time, and I'm not going to hold back my punches, we know that we have people here that they are professional instigators, that they had caused havoc in parts of our city, and we want to identify them. And I think that the cameras have done an excellent job. We have been able to identify those people that had come from other places, and or people that were here that they were instigators and they were vandalizing looting and became violent, and they being advocating violence. And I'm opposed of the foreigners. I will vote to go right ahead. Yeah, I don't see anything wrong with it.
If I may, Mr. Vice Chairman, I think you hit the nail on the head with how you described how this thing started. It's clearly this resolution has been on for quite some time to try to get it to where it is today. It has absolutely nothing to do with any of the recent things that happened. And it should also be noted that that this is not this Wynwood Business Improvement District is the area where this is going to be. So this is not a residential area. This is not the policing of someone's community. This is not what we will call the Wynwood that everyone, I don't want to say knows, but the Wynwood that everyone lives in, the part that where the residents are and where we have native people who've been there for a long time. This is the industrial area where all the businesses are. And in that business improvement district that provides more safety for people who come there, who clean the streets more often than what the city does, who provide more amenities through their self-taxing district to provide for their guests and for their business owners. That's who wants this. And it reminds me of the type of surveillance that you see a lot of times in our neighborhoods now, because now everyone, it seems to be, has a ring, on their house. And when anytime someone walks near their front door, it starts to record and they have that information. This is how people catch people who are stealing packages from their porch and things of that nature. So I think clearly surveillance is more accessible to everyone now, and people are using it to protect their own personal property. And so here we are with businesses saying, well, they've invested lots of money. We want to have some sort of way. Not only that, because they can do it already. I mean, they can have cameras, et cetera. What they're really doing here, especially, is having the information being provided to the police department so that it is more readily accessible, so that the police can tie into it. Same way there is in the downtown area. I don't know if people know this, but if you were in downtown, you can see clearly in the street, what's happening. There's live video footage of what's happening in the streets of that area. So people who vandalize places like Bayside, there's a portion of that is available real time where people can zoom in and see who you are. And I don't know if that's a bad thing. If someone can zoom in and see that this is the person that set a business on fire or something of that nature. It's not a bad tool. Tools are meant to be used, and a hammer can build you a house or it can break a man's skull. And so it all depends on how you choose to use that tool. And so I think this is necessary. I think this is a good tool to have. I certainly believe that the Wynwood bid underestimated the timing of this thing. Maybe they didn't come in at the time they did, and surely that I understand what you're saying, Mr. Vice Chairman, is to give the Wynwood bid an opportunity to speak with people regarding this issue, to let them know what's happening. What I'm concerned about is if it's going to be put on a deaf ear, because clearly this is something that is could be necessary, is necessary. I think in a business corridor, and on the record they talked about it being in proximity to the Overtown community, and I look forward to the Overtown community establishing its own business association that looks to improve the services and the safety of the people in their space as well. I think that is something that is necessary. It's much like having a neighborhood association. It's a group of people who are like-minded who come and they say we have a common goal, and that goal is to better our community, to better our business corridor, to better our services. And to do that, it's going to cost us resources, and we're willing to provide those resources to do it. I think it's a novel thing for them to do. And I don't readily see it as something that's going to be an attack on people in certain places, and especially people of color.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Chief.
I just want to make a couple of points. First, we had a murder in Wynwood in front of Cush, and we were able to arrest that killer in 30 hours because of the cameras and the technology. If we would have had several murders in Wynwood, people don't come. And then what happens to those businesses then? I mean, we've seen how the city has suffered when we were the murder capital of the world, when we were on Time Magazine as Paradise Lost. We've seen what's happened. People don't open their businesses, property values plummet, crime gets worse. We've already lived that. I think that's point one. Point two, the way that this affects the economy as a whole, I think that's a little lost on people too. The reason the city is doing so well is because we're recognized as a safe city. And so people want to bring their businesses to Miami. They want to visit Miami. I think that it's a little bit irresponsible, and I understand people have a right to express themselves, but you have people from all over that live in Pinecrest and Sunrise and Bal Harbor that commented, and I think it's really easy to say we don't want the police or cameras when your neighborhood is safe. They haven't heard what I've heard from the residents of Overtown, from the residents of Liberty City that are saying, I want to be able to go outside and feel safe, and my kids be able to play and not worry about gun violence. Please put more in, which we have, and we've been able to drive crime down significantly and make those neighborhoods that are most affected by violent crime safer. You know, those residents want the cameras and the police and good relationships with the police. They don't want bad cops, neither do I, but they want to be safe. And honestly, I think it's really easy when you live in a nice neighborhood to say, hey, we don't want police, defund, do away with cameras. And lastly, I think Commissioner Carollo's point about these cameras are recording everything is spot on. That camera also captures, by the way, if a policeman did something he wasn't supposed to do. Well, that's captured the same. And it's important to know, by the way, that for the most part, we've had many days of protests now. The reason that they have remained relatively peaceful is because we have the ability to monitor and not be right on top of protesters where they feel infringed upon or where they can antagonize or where an officer loses his cool because of the cameras. We can stay a block or two away. Somebody starts to break the law, we have to move in and protect because it's our job. But otherwise, we've been able to stay out of the way, which is what people want, so they can protest peacefully. And we've been able to do that because of these cameras.
Chief, and something that you said reminded me of many years ago when we started the Anti-Poverty Initiative. It was started because there were residents and commissioners that were saying we want more police officers to increase the safety in our neighborhoods. And my point at that time was that police don't necessarily bring about public safety. There's a mix of things that bring it about. And unless we invest into our communities, and what we did was we created the anti-poverty initiative. So unless we invest into these neighborhoods to provide jobs, to have trainings, to give opportunities for people to do better, to have better income, because where there's poverty, there's crime. So you have an area of high poverty, you're going to have an area of high crime. And so that was the whole reason why we created the anti-poverty initiative, that every district has an opportunity to now invest into these neighborhoods to bring about some degree of wealth in their communities, to bring opportunities to these neighborhoods to reduce poverty, so that it's not just the policing of these neighborhoods, but it's actually nourishing these neighborhoods. And so, the city of Miami has been doing that for quite some time, but certainly I don't think that you do it. And when I say do it, I mean, I want to see that we still give the resources necessary to make sure that business owners and that community members feel like they have the presence of law enforcement so that they can call when they need those resources. And also that they feel like they have the resources that are necessary for their children and their loved ones to get resources from the city to provide opportunities for them to do better. And so I think that in the city of Miami, certainly over the time that I've been here, we've increased that luxury or that really basic necessity, to everyone in our community to be able to do better in this town. So that's kind of the way that I see it, and the reason why I don't feel uncomfortable with what I wish the bid were here so they can make a better point, but I think we've kind of talked through it. Mr. Vice Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Chief. I don't disagree with any of the points that have been made by my fellow commissioners and by you, Chief. And I would just like to make one last point that I hope will at least table this item for the moment. We are in a very, very sensitive time, and the city of Miami has been very fortunate not to be going through the type of unrest that we're seeing in other major cities. A good part of that has to do with your existing current policies, Chief, and how you've handled this and your team. A lot of it has to do with the years of work that the department has done with the community leading up to now. And a lot of it has to do with the protesters who are out there. But this delicate balance could easily be swayed by any given thing in any given moment. And there are scheduled protests this weekend in my district and elsewhere. My worry is that we're not in a moment of nuanced conversation. Unfortunately, these types of arguments become so polarized. You're with us or you're against us. You're with the police or you're against the police. You're with Black Lives. It's everything that's been said today will not be heard in that argument. All that will be heard is the vote that was taken especially in Wynwood, where we had peaceful protests, that the city of Miami is doubling down on these issues rather than taking a moment to breathe and listen. And I'm not disagreeing with the concept. What I'm saying is we need to take this moment and listen to the community, no matter where they're from. People are speaking from every community toward every community. And I think this is our moment to listen. And once there is a full explanation of how these cameras will be used, what they'll be used for and not used for, what the policies are, I simply don't want to cast a vote right now that might upset that balance and put us in a bad situation with upcoming protests. And that's why I'm just asking for a deferral. And that's my only position on this issue.
And Mr. Vice Chairman, I actually support a deferral, but but not an indefinite deferral. And the reason I support a deferral is because I do think that a conversation can be had. I don't want it to necessarily be one that is that limits us entirely on how we go about ensuring that our communities are safe. And certainly the right of an individual to put a camera on their business and then have someone and then give it to allow law enforcement in order to tap into it. I don't think we need to table that forever. I don't think it needs 6 months, because certainly if something happens in Wynwood and it's 2 months from now and we don't have the footage simply because of this, that's a tough burden to bear. Right. And so obviously we're charged with ensuring that our communities are safe. And I do understand, I'm the only Black commissioner here, right? And so to me, my life has always mattered. I didn't have to, and I grew up at a time where you didn't even attempt to convince someone that it did. You just had to convince yourself. And once you convince yourself, then you go about making better decisions to ensure that you have a long life, no matter how short it may be. And so, I'm very sensitive to the issues of policing. I've been mistreated by police officers. And so I get it. However, I think that, so I would agree with you there that we can have just some time, and I would urge my other commissioners, Commissioner Reyes, Commissioner Carollo, Commissioner Diaz de la Portilla. I know you've been quiet at this time, but my point is that I understand both sides of this, that we need to do this expeditiously, but then also that we should be cautious and we should hear what other people have to say regarding the issue. But certainly I think that we all agree that this is about public safety and not about policing. And so what I would ask is that if Commissioner Russell moves for a deferral, even if it's just for a couple of meetings, because I know the next meeting is right upon us, to give at least some opportunity for us to have discussion with folk, or for the bid to have discussion with folk, then we would be supportive of that motion at this time.
Mr. Chairman, would you look toward the first meeting after the break? So the first meeting in September, or would you like the last meeting in July?
We're in June. Last meeting in July, I think is sufficient.
That would be my motion.
Yeah, Alex Diaz de la Portilla, or Senator.
Before we continue the discussion, I want to make it clear, because I haven't said anything yet. I want to hear what my colleagues were thinking. I'm not in favor of any deferral. I think that we need to act. We cannot be afraid. We shouldn't let violence and chaos dictate our actions. This is something that's the right thing to do. We're very sensitive to what's happening in the community. We understand the pain that this community is going through now, but this has nothing to do with that. This is about protecting people, not only from violence, but also protecting people that are law-abiding citizens that are doing the right thing and their neighborhoods and their businesses and their communities. So I think that to delay this, we create a situation where perhaps another violent act can occur and it's not captured on camera. So to me, deferral is just, kicking the ball down for another day to act and to respond to violent acts in our community, to chaos, to, as Commissioner Reyes said, some people that were sent here to create and wreak violence and do bad things in our community. I think this is a good measure. I think the Wynwood bid is correct in putting these cameras up. I'm not going to vote in favor of deferral. I think we should take it up and vote it out. So I just want to make that clear before we continue the discussion. Commissioner Russell, I understand, but you and I look at things differently. I react to what's good public policy. I think it's good public policy to do this. I don't react to violence, and I don't react to chaos and protesters that have a right to protest, and we always will respect that. But the few people that are wreaking violence in our community, those people should not be allowed to dictate our decision here today. Thank you.
Chairman?
You recognize Commissioner Carollo.
Let me see where I want to start. We're living in the type of time in our lives that even Gandhi is considered bad. Gandhi's statue in Washington, D.C. was spray painted, desecrated, and someone spray painted racist on Gandhi, of whole people. So I guess no one should be surprised as to what happened yesterday with the statue of Columbus, of Ponce de Leon in Bayfront Park, that have been there longer than the age of the minute group of people that were there. What I want to bring to you is, first of all, in the best of days of people that we've had protesting, some very peacefully, some not. But in the best of days, you had no more than 0.05% of our population. That's 5% of 1%. It's a extremely small minority, but a very vocal minority. That, I'll give you an example of the 7 people that were arrested yesterday. The youngest, I believe, is 18, going to turn 19 next month. The oldest is 30. You have one that's from Fort Worth, Texas. You have another one that I believe was the guy that was spray painting Columbus. That I think he must be a lost twin of a guy that we all know as Hobby. He's a black man, but he claims that he's white and from London, England. But he gave an address for the meantime of near Aventura, way up there in the Northeast. You have another one, Hispanic, from Lake Worth, Florida. You have another one that's Hispanic from Miami Beach. You have another Hispanic from way up there, 147th Avenue, unincorporated Dade. You have only one that's a resident of the city of Miami, and then you have another one, the only female in the group, from a rental unit that she put down in Miami Beach. I don't know if she's from here or not, and I won't get into why I'm saying that, but if she is, she's only here as a student. She's from another country, I believe. So you have 2, maybe 3 people that are from out of the country. Another one that's from Ottawa County. The rest are not City of Miami residents, except for one. And this is basically the pattern of the people that you're seeing out there. They want their opinions to be respected, but they don't want to respect anybody else's opinion. We cannot let our city be run by mob rule. We cannot cower under mob rule that wants to act in anarchy. The only thing that we're going to accomplish by deferring this is that we're going to encourage this minute group of people to keep at it, where this is going to be day in, day out, trying to spend our dollars. And guess who's paying for it all? We are. Because on one hand, we're paying tax dollars for extra security for our residents and our city. On the other hand, it's the federal government that has made this happen. Why do I say that? Because most of these individuals, those who are working, were making very small amounts. Now they're getting a heck of a lot more than what they were making when they were working. So they don't want to go back to work. They're getting paid to be out in the streets right now. Well, there are many sincere people that are out there. There are also some that are not sincere. For instance, how can you claim that you're demonstrating in opposition to police brutality, in opposition to racism, and then you're painting the one symbol in the whole face of the world that has shown more racism, more brutality, has murdered more people than even the Nazi swastika. And I'm talking about the hammer and sickle that was spray painted not once but twice in the Columbus statute, and not once but twice in the Ponce de Leon statute. And that just didn't happen by pure coincidence, because I'm going to tell you now, and I've been trying to, lay back and not get into it. Some of the individuals that are the ringleaders in organizing a lot of this stuff, the ones that you're not going to see their thumbprints in anything, because they're finding drug heads and other people that have mental issues and so on to do the burning, to do other criminal acts, so that we don't catch them, we don't see them behind it. They've been trained. They've gone to the Middle East. They've gone to Venezuela. One individual that was leading demonstrations in our streets, and then once they got the people roused up, they would hide. She just got back to Miami in the first week of March after being with the Che Guevara Brigade in Venezuela and giving speeches there how bad America is, and that we do not give any education to our people, no medical facilities for our people, how great Maduro in Venezuela was for doing that. But the lady forgot to say that thanks to America and what this country does for its people, she was able to go to Boston College, where the pictures that I've seen of her, she was dressed so preppy with British clothes, because she was representing at the time some British firm that sold us clothes, and that's what she would wear. They scream that they're against capitalism, imperialism. But gee, the minute they got back from Venezuela, the nonprofit that they opened up states that all the money that they could raise, that they could use that money if they want to buy real estate and to invest in the stock market. Now, what kind of anti-capitalist, anti-imperialist are these? So, gentlemen, I'm for listening to people. I did that last night when I was informed of what had happened in Bayfront Park. I went there quickly, and I met with people that were there. They were very respectful, and I with them, in the way we talked and communicated with each other. I was amazed that some of our young people had no idea what the hammer and sickle meant, what it was, which is telling me the fault that we have in our educational system.
Yes, you're right.
But I am not going to prolong in approving something that the city of Miami is not paying for. It's the merchants themselves from Wynwood that are paying for it from their own monies, that is going to protect the life and property of everyone, and is going to make sure that any wrongdoing by anyone, civilian or police, will be on camera. But at the same time, we'll also have on camera to see if there are false allegations made against anyone, civilian or police. So this is why I am going to be voting to approve this today, and voting against any motion to defer this any longer.
And the one thing I will say, commissioners, is that I'm in a very unique position. Some of the people that called in, I actually did know.
Excuse me?
Some of the people that called in today,
yes,
I know, and I know that they're good people, and we're friends. That doesn't mean that we always agree.
Right, I understand.
That means that we come from many times similar backgrounds or different, and we've managed to be friendly with each other and break bread with each other and really develop a relationship that I think is something that is admirable. So for some people that I heard call in, I've known since I was probably in the 5th, 6th grade. And so, that doesn't mean that I agree with them because they don't sit in my position. They don't hear the same concerns at all times the way that I do. Sometimes they're right and sometimes they're wrong. Sometimes I'm right and sometimes I'm wrong. When I looked at what happened over these few weeks, I've seen my colleagues from the Public Defender's Office, they led protests. So white and black. I've seen things from organizations that lead protests with individuals that I have very close ties to and relationships with. And, this is the time where all of these ideas come out. I guess that's the American thing, right? Where all of these ideas can kind of come out into an environment where we can discuss it. Now, but I'm also, I'm born and raised in a place called Liberty City. And in my family, we were the protesters. We were the ones standing up against the city when the city was doing things wrong. We were there for the Haitian community when police officers brutalized and put blood, on the streets of our community. When police officers felt like the lives of those Haitian people didn't matter much. We were there during the civil disturbances that some people call riots. And so the one thing that we were not were cowards. We're not afraid of the issues. We're not afraid of standing up for what we believe in. And we're not afraid of taking tough positions because that's what we were trained to be in these communities. Because we were raised where everything wasn't kind of laid out for us. And so you had to really fight and take for your spot in life. And so
anybody can say anything they want against the Hardimans, but what they can't say is there are any cowards in the family. I'll attest to that.
No, I appreciate that.
And I agree with you. And I will go beyond that I believe the majority of those people are good people. I believe that. The problem is those that have another agenda, those that have hijacked a cause in the name of George Floyd. They've hijacked his name to commit crimes.
No, I agree with you. I mean, those things are problematic. But so the only thing that I'm saying to all of us is this: we are all on the same page, but on a different paragraph, right? And so what I was asking, and I believe Commissioner Russell initially said indefinite deferral. He's willing to come down from that. What I just want, I don't think that like me, I'm not afraid to take the vote. But I don't want people to be confused about what this vote is all about. And I do think that the city of Miami is in a position where, that's part of the reason why I deferred the item regarding the enforcement of misdemeanors, the interlocal agreement. Some of those things I don't agree with. Some of those things I think make my neighborhood a tougher place to live in. Some things are unacceptable. And whereas in neighborhoods where you don't have to worry about people throwing trash on the ground, you don't have to worry about people drinking alcohol just outside the store and getting inebriated and harassing people, where you don't have to worry about someone pitching the tent and using drugs and hypodermic needles being cast all over the street. In those neighborhoods, it sounds good to leave people alone. But in these other neighborhoods where there are people who live there that are concerned about the neighborhood, that do clean up, that do encourage people to do the right thing. However, there are people who come into those neighborhoods and they don't respect the space. And what I don't want to give, especially because I think that there are officers that when they come into certain neighborhoods, they relax. And by that I mean that they don't take offenses that people do as seriously as they would in other places. And then that causes a degradation of the neighborhood.
You're absolutely correct.
Right? And so I don't want to give them policy that says that we don't believe in these communities that they should be clean. We don't believe in these communities that people shouldn't be dealing in stolen property. We don't believe in these communities that people should feel safe to walk into a convenience store. I mean, that's not fair. If anybody from, especially any year in the city, and I think it probably starts in school. If you've gone to a school in the inner city that people have deemed to be tough, and there are people standing on the left side and on the right side of a hallway, there are people who are afraid, there are children who are afraid to walk down that hallway. And so when you take out of the school environment, put it into a community, a block, there are people who take the long way home because of the people that stand on the corner. And so we shouldn't have to take the long way home in our communities. We shouldn't have to walk in the middle of the street because there are tents pitched and people having sex and there's needles all over the sidewalk that's supposed to be for children to use to walk safely to and from their home. That's not fair. And we shouldn't accept that into these communities. And so in this whole aspect, I'm saying with you all, my colleagues, that look, I think I'm voting with you in regard to providing protections for these businesses and our community members and the patrons who frequent these areas. I just want the bid to show who they are so that people understand, because there were comments that businesses don't want this, and it's not true. The businesses actually want this. So I just want to open up just one more layer of transparency here to show that there's another organization, and it is of the community, it is of the business owners in that space who provide all this entertainment and provide the safety of this neighborhood so people can come express themselves. Just like I remember when a police officer arrested a young man who was a rapper for posting signs with tape on a building. And someone who works in the business came out and said, he can put that there, it's okay. And the police officer still arrested him. So, there are people who are in these businesses that want you to express yourselves. And I just want it to be seen that that's who those businesses are. And that's why I'm asking to vote with us just for a quick deferral and not necessarily voting on it today. Because I don't think that Commissioner Russell is going to vote against this. I know that Commissioner Diaz de la Portilla and Commissioner Reyes and everyone else, Commissioner Carollo, we're all going to vote for safety for our neighborhoods. And so I'm going to stop talking. I'm going to recognize the senator, and then I'll recognize Commissioner Reyes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Look, in deference to you and to your request, it was a short extension deferral that we bring it back at the next commission meeting. Then I'll defer to you and I'll respect your wishes. But I think we really need to move forward, and we want a commitment from all commissioners. I think we have it from all except Commissioner Russell, that we will be supporting this measure that protects our people. We always have to fall on the side of law and order and of protecting our citizens and our residents. We respect the right to protest, but we can never allow and tolerate violence and chaos in our community. We are responsible to protect our citizens. That is the primary responsibility of government, is public safety, in my opinion. And I think that if we have a commitment from every commissioner here, and I think we've heard it from all except Commissioner Russell, he will make that commitment and vote to put these cameras in Wynwood so we can protect the citizens of Wynwood, the businesses of Wynwood, and that we can tell the people of the state and the world that, hey, Miami is a law and order city, and it will be law and order we respected here in our community. So I'll defer to you, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Reyes, and then
Commissioner, the Senator expressed part of my opinion. In deference to you, I'm willing to go on. But one thing that I want to make clear, you see, and something that bothers me a lot, that from the arguments that I have heard, it is let's postpone this because we don't want to give these people an incentive to come and protest. You see, we cannot be intimidated. We are a legislative body that we been elected to do the right thing and make difficult decisions, and decisions that will benefit the majority of the people, not a group of vociferous protesters, which they are. Some of them, and I will say, I could say that majority of them, they have good intentions and a good cause to protest, but the way that it has been done, as Commissioner Carollo said, the message has been diluted by the violence and the looting and all the attacks people have received. But one thing that I want to make clear, and we don't want to send a wrong message, that you can come and intimidate this commission. I'm going to tell you, you're not going to intimidate this commissioner. I will vote for what I think is best for my community, that will protect my community, and with threatening with violence and lawlessness, it's not going to make me afraid and vote one way or the other. See, and that's the only message that I want to send. I want to make it very clear. If we are doing this, if we are deferring this, it's because, okay, we want to be in deference to the concern of Mr. Russell and Mr. Hardeman, our colleagues. That's fine, but you want to meet with the bid, could meet with the people. Fantastic. They can meet with the people that oppose it, and also explain that this is not to persecute. It is to protect. It is to protect, because I bet you that some of those callers, they have cameras at home, and they feel safe at home because they have cameras, you see? And everything has been clearly stated here that this protects us from criminals or from people that are doing something wrong to law-abiding citizens. That's it. I will go along with you, Commissioner Hardeman, just in deference to you.
Mr. Chairman.
You recognize, Vice Chair.
Thank you very much for being open to a deferral. I'm certainly not trying to divide our dais on this issue, and I very much hear and respect your point of view with regard to not allowing organized public comment reading from a script to change our policy or to intimidate us from making a decision. I think what the outside world is seeing now, as they start to pay more and more attention to local government, is that we are not like state or federal government, where there are two teams that simply entrench against each other and take blind positions based on that polarization. We think things through and we do what's best for our community. And there's going to be times where I take a position that might be considered conservative, and there may be times where someone else takes a position that might not be considered conservative. And none of that matters to us, because we're simply trying to solve the issues of our city. So I so much respect that. And in this particular case, these cameras will only go in Commissioner Hardeman's district and my district. The area is not unprotected at this moment. That 50 blocks is currently covered by 44 cameras that have been put in by that bid by our police force in the past. So this is just an expansion of an existing program that they're trying to fill in the gaps that are missing. So we're not trying to create something new here. I think it's just a moment for communication and a moment to diffuse a potential issue that could affect our districts, but not the others as we move forward. So I think it's not about being intimidated. It's just about taking a breath to allow the bid some moment for communication and transparency. I have supported cameras in the past when used appropriately. And so, yes, I'm on that position of things. But I do appreciate our ability to take a moment here. So I'll make a motion that we defer this item CA1 to the second meeting in July, if that's okay with this board.
When do we have the next meeting?
The second meeting in July. No, we.
That was Commissioner Hardeman's request.
Initially, I think the commissioner, the senator, he limited it a bit more. He wanted less time.
Yes.
Can we do 1 month then, the first meeting in July? That gives the Wynwood bid enough time to organize any.
I think what I said, Commissioner, was the next meeting.
The next meeting in 2 weeks. I just don't know if the bid is able to organize any communication they would want to do around this issue if they want to do it.
They should.
But I'll defer to the body. We can compromise on this issue.
Well, I thought we had already compromised, Commissioner.
No.
But you want more compromise. I think we'll do the first week of July then. That way we'll compromise further with you, Commissioner Russell, and we'll do it the first week of July. Does that work?
Thank you. I'll amend my motion for that.
Okay. Thank you.
It's been properly moved and seconded by the chair. I want to recognize Commissioner Codollo.
Thank you, Chair. Let me put this in the record that what we would be approving would be only a resolution of the City Commission accepting the donation from the Wynwood bid. They could, even if we approve this today, they could change their mind, not donate it. It would be up to them. All that we would have done is to accept a donation. And there's nothing in writing that says they have to donate it afterwards if we were to have approved it today or not. They could change their minds, they could have hearings, they could delay it. It would be up to them. So for us to be put in this situation, I think is not correct. Now, having said that, trying to keep this body united in a unanimous vote, I would reconsider deferring this, because I think that we could be moving forward in what we need to do in preparation for when it's finally going to be approved. So we're not going to lose anything. But I would vote for the deferral if I have the commitment from Commissioner Russell that he would vote with a majority then in favor of this, if we defer this.
Commissioner Correa, I would be hypocritical to vote against this on the principle of the cameras themselves. So you do have my support on supporting the bid and protecting their businesses in the right way. And I do have faith that the police are doing it the right way. So yes, I am supportive.
And I will be supporting the deferral for a short period of time.
Our city attorney wants us to limit the public comment because we've already heard it. Obviously, the Florida statutes say that public comment is you must have public comment on an item right before you pass it. This has had numerous amounts of public comment because it was heard once. It was on the agendas before, and then also it was heard today. I think we can, if we needed to, kind of go into the weeds and decide, okay, this subject has already been discussed, or we can also, it depends on how much public comment we have. I mean, obviously, the Florida statutes, they allow commissions to limit public comment so that you can carry on the business. You know, you can't have so much public comment that it limits your ability to carry on with your business as a city or as a county, or whatever it may be. So, for instance, in other cities, I've seen in Seattle where they have just as much as 25 minutes of public comment. Now, we've never done anything like that, and I don't think we ever will. However, you know, if there comes a time where you have 5 hours of public comment all on the same thing, and we have a full agenda with other items, and that could be something that we can take action on. So I say that to you all to say that as chairman, of course, it's up to, I hear the concerns of my colleagues, and I think that maybe we should cross that bridge when we get there, depending on how much public comment that we have and what's on the agenda, if we need to limit public comment to 3 hours or so, because we obviously need to get through the agenda. So I don't want to put us in a position right now where we have to make that call when it's not necessary. Let's wait until the time comes to see what our temperature is about how much work we need to get done versus how much comment needs to be made.
Thank you, Chairman.
Because the one thing that we do that's beyond what any other organization, I think I would say this, put this on the record, we are probably one of the most liberal organizations in the city of Miami that allows public comment. We allow public comment at every single meeting that we have. We allow public comment, and that's of the city commission. So first readings, second readings, we allow public comment in planning and zoning. We allow public comment in our subcommittees and committees that we've appointed. And so that goes way beyond what any body that I know of does in the state of Florida. And so we are quite liberal with our public comment, and and I think everyone should feel the comfort in that, rather. Madam City Attorney.
Thank you, Chairman. I just wanted to clarify, based on the motion, it's for the July 9 meeting. It's not the first week in July. It's July 9, which goes to the second week. So that's what I wanted to clarify for your motion. Thank you.
Okay. So it's been probably moved and seconded. Seeing no further discussion, all in favor say aye.
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 All against? That motion carries.
Mr. Sheriff, I have to step out for just a few minutes, and I don't know what are you gonna do now, or if we can have a little recess.
It depends. We don't have a large agenda, sir.
Yes.
Item that you absolutely want to hear, that you need to participate on? If not, we will try to move forward.
Chair, if I may.
You recognize, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. I just wanted to announce a pocket item. I didn't get a chance to do it earlier. I apologize.
We read it on the record. Don't worry about it.
Thank you.
All right, just keep on going. I don't have any, I don't have any objections until we come to the budget, I mean, when we have the budget report. Okay.
Okay,
Right.
is there a motion to approve the PH agenda and RE4?
So
Give me 1 second just to go over the PH agenda briefly.
There's only one item on it, Commissioner.
And
And then,
Chair, for the record, my apologies, Chair, for the record, Commissioner Croyle and Commissioner Reyes would both like to co-sponsor RE4.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay. All right.
A motion?
So moved.
Second.
Been properly moved and seconded to approve the PH agenda in RE4. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All against? Motion carries. What we can do is have our Madam City Attorney, let's read into the record the SR2 and FR1.
SR2,
And
an ordinance.
FR1. Yes.
Thank you, Chairman. An ordinance of the Miami City Commission amending Chapter 2, Article 11, Division 1 of the Code of the City of Miami, Florida, as amended, titled Administration Boards, Committees, Commissions generally, by adding new Section 2-863 titled City Staff Attendance to provide instances where the city manager must direct staff to attend certain board meetings, providing for a severability clause and providing for an effective date.
Okay, FR1, please.
FR1, an ordinance of the Miami City Commission repealing the sunsetted provisions in Chapter 56, Article 5 of the Code of the City of Miami, Florida, as amended, titled Taxation Ad Valorem Tax Exemption for Enterprise Zone Businesses, containing a severability clause and providing for an effective date.
Okay. Now, what I'll do, Manolo just walked away. Well, is there a motion to approve the SR and FR agenda?
So moved.
It's been properly moved and seconded by the Vice Chairman. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All against? That motion carries. Are there any, let's go on to our DI1, the CAFR.
DI1, did you say, Chair?
Yes. You recognize, Mr. Budget Director.
What appointment?
Well, are you going to be the one doing the CAFR?
What we'll do is we'll price switch.
Yeah, about the Liberty City Trust and.
No, sir. The CAFR is actually prepared by the Finance Department. I believe we've got our outside auditors ready to make a presentation on that. If you'll allow me, let me see if we can get them.
Get them queued up, please. Mr. Hannon, are there any boards and committees that need to be appointed?
Yes, good morning, Chair and Commissioners. BC3, Bayfront Park Management Trust, Commissioner Corroya will be reappointing Mary Lugo and Jorge Suarez Menendez to at-large seats.
What item is that?
BC3, Bayfront Park Management Trust.
My BC3 says Arts and Entertainment Council.
I'm sorry, Chair. 1 second. I'm sorry, the BC5, excuse me, Bayfront Park Management Trust.
Is there a motion?
The motion.
Seconded by the chair. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All against? Motion carries.
BC 16, Lesbian, Gay, Bisexual, Transgender, Queer Advisory Board. Commissioner Correa will be appointing Damian Pardo to an at-large vacancy.
Motion.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any against? Motion carries.
BC 17, the Liberty City Community Revitalization Trust. Chair Hardiman will be appointing Debrania Hodgetts, Tyrone Coverson, Monique Messer, and Mark Stallworth to the trust.
Chair would like to entertain a motion to approve.
Second.
And take it as a Commissioner Correa as a motion, and I'll second it. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
None against? Motion carries.
In BC 27, the Virginia Key Advisory Board, the National Trust for Historic Preservation, has recommended the reappointment of Lynn Lewis to the board and is requesting the confirmation of the commission.
Move.
It's been properly moved, seconded by the chair.
I have a question.
Senator, you recognize?
I haven't received any information about Miss Lewis. Was that sent to my office?
The resume, including the letter from the trust, was part of the backup documents for the agenda packet for today's meeting.
I haven't. Can I request a deferral on this particular appointment till I have a chance to review it?
I'll withdraw my motion.
Yes, you may.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you.
Are there any others?
No, Chair, this is the only one.
I do have one on the. Let me see.
And Commissioner Diaz-Putia will take that as a motion for the deferral to the July 9th meeting.
Yes, ma'am.
Seconded by the chair. Without objection, it shall carry.
Thank you.
And I'm just one second. There is a what board is it? It's not civilian investigative panel, not code compliance. Do we have a board? Help me with this. Do we have a board? There is a city employee who is a. You know what? I'll just do it the next time because I can't recall. Mr. Richard Way. I think he applied to be on one of the boards.
Not to my knowledge, Chair. I don't have that information.
Right. There's a board. Whenever I get the information, I'll come to you. But okay. I want to make sure that I moved that Mr. Richard Way be included in one of these boards, and I can't recall the name of the board at the time right now. So I'll come back to you, okay?
Okay, Chair, that's fine. Thank you, Chair and Commissioners.
Thank you. Now I'll go back and I'll recognize for DI1. Mr. Harris, I believe are you here to speak on DI1, and Ms. Pascal, darling?
Yeah, actually, it'll be Bob Feldman. I'm the engagement partner on it. So good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon to Mr. Mayor, Chairman, fellow commissioners. You know, I know you have other matters to get to, but I have the pleasure of presenting with a high-level overview of what was a very successful audit process to you. And that process starts with our opinion on the city's financial statements. That's actually found on page 22 through 24 of the comprehensive annual financial report that each of you should have. We basically issued what we call an unmodified opinion. It's a clean opinion. It's the highest level of assurance that we can render on the city's financial statement. So great news on that front. The next thing I wanted to go over was the government-wide financial statements of the city. But before I get into that, just a couple of comments, you know, that over the course of time, you know, the city has been experiencing some increasing costs relating to payroll, related benefits. You've seen increases in terms of pension contributions, increases in your pension liability, your other post-employment liabilities. So I point that out because ultimately, when you look at the assets on page 37 is your statement of net position. You have your assets, your liabilities, and the net position of the city. And the net position of the city as of September 30th, 2019 was a deficit of $715 million. Keep in mind, though, this is attributable, to the city having to recognize the full amount of your pension liability and your other post-employment benefit liability, as is the case for a number of other large governments that are out there as well. But the key to point out about those liabilities are those are long-term in nature and that they're going to be funded over multiple years. So when we look at, from a government-wide financial perspective, the revenues, the expenses of the city, your expenses overall went up by about $169 million from last year. The biggest portion of that increase was public safety. Why did public safety go up? It went up about $147 million of that $169 million increase. That was primarily due to an increase in your net pension contributions, which related to a change in your benefit terms and a change in your assumptions. So that's what caused that increase. So overall wise, when you look at the revenues and expenses of the city from a government-wide perspective, you ended up at a net loss for the year of $86 million. When we take a look and we shift to the general fund being the main operating fund of the city has put in place a financial integrity principles policy that basically requires it to maintain a minimum general fund balance of 20%. 10% of that is designated, 10% of that is unassigned, and that it's based on the 3-year average of general revenues. So, in order to pass that test, basically your designated fund balance, your unassigned fund balance in the general fund has to exceed $69 million. In both cases, the great news is that it did. So overall wise, as of the end of the year, as of September 30th, 2019, you're left with a general fund balance, not a deficit, of $200 million. But the thing that I point out to you is, of that $200 million, $93 million of that is restricted. And it's restricted for the following two things. About $86 million of it is restricted for the building department. Your building fees are restricted per state statute. And another $8 million is restricted for transportation and transit projects. And then in addition to the $93 million of that $200 million that's restricted, you have $33 million that's assigned for post-retirement benefits and for self-insurance claims. So when you look at that, you're only really left with $69 million in unassigned fund balance in the general fund that's available for general operations. If we look at the general fund from a revenue and expense perspective, your revenues for the year, and that's on page 41 of the comprehensive annual financial report, your revenues were approximately $784 million. Your expenses were about $713 million. You had other financing uses of another $59 million. So altogether, when you looked at your revenues and your expenses, the general fund had a net increase of $12 million. When you look at that, what caused that? I mean, you had, your revenues went up by about $45 million from last year. Mainly that was a result in terms of increases in your property taxes and increases in your intergovernmental revenues. But your expenses also went up as well. And again, same story as we talked about earlier. That's because of increases in terms of your retirement contributions, as well as your payroll-related expenses. The city also receives federal and state grant money. So as part of our work, we actually test compliance on that. And the great news is, again, that our opinion on your single audit on those federal grant and state grant expenditures was an unmodified or clean opinion, which was great. And the great news is also we had no current year findings that were reported. And finally, we also issue a management letter that's required to be issued by the State Auditor General. Again, great news there. There was no current year findings that we reported. A couple of very minor recommendations, but all in all, it was very good. So the last thing I just wanted to say is that, this year we had an opportunity to finish the audit sooner than we ever have before. And that's largely because of the outstanding finance team that the city has in place. So I just wanted to thank, Sandra Bridgman, Erica Pascal, and their entire team for all their help in the process. They really make the audit process a pleasure and make it for a very smooth process. So with that, that concludes my presentation.
Thank you very much, sir. Is anyone wants to be recognized? Seeing none, thank you very much, sir.
You're very welcome.
I'll bring our attention back to RE5. We have our mid-year budget amendments for the operating budget, and then RE6, the mid-year budget amendments for the capital plan. Is there any discussion on these items?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
You're recognized, Vice Chairman.
I'll be happy to make a motion on both items. I would like to make a recommendation for an amendment on, I believe, RE5 would be the correct one. This exercise is very important for us, and I recognize that Chris Rose has done an excellent job working with the various departments to find savings to fill our current shortfalls and projected shortfalls. We certainly want to prioritize our employees and make sure that we don't put ourselves in a position where we create a hole that they are forced to fill. But I believe there's a potential here to correctly shift some funding in a way that'll achieve our goals for our community without creating that hole. And if you hear me out, hopefully I'll find some support for an amendment here. The general obligation bond, the Miami Forever bond, does not create a hole in our general fund. These are projects that we've set funding aside for through the bond, as you all know, that our voters approved. And so we should be trying to spend as much of that bond as possible, getting people to work, getting projects happening during this time, with the confidence that not only is it not hurting our general fund, it's actually spurring the economy and making things happen, and of course accomplishing our goals for our community. In the first tranche of the Miami Forever bond, we issued an RFP for affordable housing, and in an effort to work with all of us, it was split up amongst various projects, many of which weren't ready to go, and none of them got truly fully funded and are getting shoveled in the ground. And I believe affordable housing is something we all agree on and that we all want to see happen very quickly, especially as we come out of this recovery. There are savings that have been created within this budget amendment that if we reallocate to a new RFP with the commitment that we will reimburse it from the second tranche of the general obligation bond, it will not create a long-term hole that will affect our employees or our long-term budget. We need to make that commitment because the Miami Forever bond is moving too slowly, in my opinion. We all want to see these projects be realized before we're out of office, and while we can still have an influence on how it's spent, and it's just taking so long to get to tranche 2, that I think if we consolidate a piece of these savings right now, commit it to affordable housing, commit ourselves to reimbursing the general fund from the Miami Forever bond when tranche 2 is issued, that we can do so. So my amendment would be to move $5 million of the savings that have been found to an RFP for the entire city, not for any one district, that would prioritize shovel-ready projects that have found matching funds elsewhere that can produce jobs in affordable housing in a very quick manner.
Mr. Chair?
You recognize, sir.
Yes, and could you be more specific about that amendment? I'm sorry, but I wasn't here. But what would you all proposing? That we use $5 million from those savings, and then we start use it on shovel-ready projects? Is that your proposal?
Yes, we issue a quick RFP.
Okay.
Very simple, that is designed to do exactly what you just said. It can be one project or multiple projects, but as long as it completes their stack that gets them moving. I believe there are multiple projects that could apply for this that would qualify.
Would be like for example, drainage projects, or it has to be most of it would be housing. And now talking about housing, I have a concern, and it wasn't my concern. It was given to me by somebody else. and about that. What are we going to do now when this you see evictions? This moratorium on eviction goes. I mean, it comes to end. There's going to be a lot of people that are going to be evicted, and I don't think that nobody, no business, no government agency is prepared for it. And I really hope that we can start preparing for it. And I know that there's other commissioners that they are aware of it, and they are probably working on some kind of I will say the measures that are or assistance that we can provide these people, and I would like to hear them too. You see, but this is an upcoming problem because the housing the owners, they have to pay the banks and the mortgages, and if they don't receive the rents, they are going to evict. Now that the moratorium is over, maybe we can reach the state government and ask them for assistance, since the moratorium was enacted. I mean, it was put in place by them, you see. So there's something to consider, and I wish that Commissioner Carollo would be here, and Commissioner de la Portilla, because I know that they also are very concerned, and I know that I haven't talked to them, but knowing them from for a long time, I know that they have been, they would be concerned about that.
So I want to say quickly that I agree with you that I don't think these projects that are on for the bond have been moving as fast as they need to be. I think there are other commissioners that feel the same way, and I believe our city manager also feels the exact same way. As a matter of fact, I had a conversation with him most recently discussing that very tone. And so I think we have his commitment to try to move things forward as they need to be. Because, for instance, in my district, regarding our affordable housing dollars, we have projects that are shovel ready. But for some reason, the city has kind of slowed us in our implementation of those dollars to get everything going. And so, and moreover, I mean, there are promises that we made to our constituency, and especially within my district, where the residents, they voted for this item because they will be able to get much needed storm improvement enhancements to their properties, right? That lift all of our property values, that provide protections for seniors, especially in times of crisis and concern, where now they don't have to, they can have high impact windows and doors to make their properties safer. And so those are not very difficult things to kind of to do. I mean, those types of improvements can be made, but our city has delayed this in ways that I don't know are intentional or not, but I know that this manager has agreed that he's going to help us move things forward in an expeditious manner. And so I wouldn't necessarily, because I don't know what happens if we then issue another RFP and what that means. And so I feel more comfortable moving forward with the item as they are, with the items as they are. Mm-hmm. And then I think we should have another conversation about this bond and the second tranche and what it means to us to move everything forward. I saw, Mr. Manager, you wanted to reply, and then I'll recognize you again, Mr. Reyes.
So for purpose of just a little more clarity on that, when it comes to reimbursement for bond or the various tranches, we have the ability to seed the money and then get reimbursed. It doesn't have to impact the mid-year budget in terms of an amendment. We've been doing that now. We basically have, in the first tranche, basically seeded a little less than $5 million of that. I wholeheartedly agree it's moved much slower than it should have, and I've made the commitment to some of you that we spoke about, and I'll make it for the record now. We're going to, accelerated is not even giving it justice. We're going to put the gas on that whole, our existing funded capital program, what we have in our current capital program, as well as the tranche one of our bond issue. So we're going to move very quickly. In fact, I just got an updated phasing of our capital plan this morning. So we're going to move on that. So Commissioner Russell's idea in terms of the affordable housing piece, we can certainly move on. It doesn't require an amendment to the mid-year budget.
So we could issue an RFP for that amount to try to fill some of these gaps in some of these projects.
We can move on an affordable housing piece. We can. It does not require a mid-year budget adjustment. Chris, correct me if I'm wrong.
Then I would withdraw my amendment and just simply give direction to that effect.
Because one thing is that, I mean, there are gaps everywhere. When you say
Yes.
there are gaps, every project that has ever come to the city of Miami for funding had gaps. and everyone's gaps are more important than the others. Commissioner Reyes?
Yes, I was going to ask Art Noriega's opinion and what he had to say about it. And I wholeheartedly agree with you, Commissioner Hardeman. Every single project has a gap, and then we have to come back for more money, and that's the way that it works. But I support your directive, Commissioner Russell.
Thank you.
Okay, so is there a motion then to approve RE5 and RE6 as it is?
Move it.
We'll probably move. Seconded by the chair. Any further discussion?
Further discussion?
You recognize, sir.
We're approving it only as it is, period.
That is correct.
Okay.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Against? The motion carries. I'd like a motion to approve the PI agenda, PI number 1, PI number 2. PI means pocket item. The 2 pocket items are read into the record.
So moved.
Been properly moved and seconded by the chair.
Okay, hold on for a minute. I want
Yes,
to
sir.
go back to it. You're going PI, give me the number again, please.
Say it again, sir.
What numbers are you?
No, pocket item number 1, pocket item number 2. That's what I call. Yeah. So, yeah.
Which pocket items number 1?
Pocket item number 1 is the one where we will authorize and designate me as the representative of the city of Miami at the 57th year anniversary of the March on Washington, and it won't cost it'll cost my budget that has already been allocated.
I move it.
So,
Sorry, which item?
and the other one is the one that the mayor produced.
Right.
Obviously, trying to read into the record.
All right.
So it's been moved and seconded. I think that's caught on the record, correct?
Yep.
Okay. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All against? Motion carries.
Did you need to, Mr. Chairman, did you need to open public comment for those 2 items?
No, we've already done it. We've had it.
They were said, Vice Chairman, remember we said them at the beginning, so anybody could call in throughout. That's
Right.
why we've been doing the
If
pocket.
anyone had called in throughout, I just didn't know if anyone had called in or submitted anything since that.
Right, IT always tells us, but we'll double check. IT, has anything else come in on those items?
Nothing.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Vice Chairman, for confirming.
So what's left on our agenda right now is the PZ. We have PZ1, PZ2, PZ4, and PZ5. Are we handling those items now, Madam City Attorney?
Yes, I could read them into the record if you want the titles.
Let me see 1 second. Yes, can you read the titles of the ordinances into the record, please?
PZ1, an ordinance of the Miami City Commission amending ordinance number 13114, the zoning ordinance of the city of Miami, Florida, as amended more specifically by amending Article 4, Table 3, titled Building Function Uses, to require an exception for marina uses in CS, civic space transit zones, making findings containing a severability clause and providing for an effective date.
El de la Marina lo estamos.
PZ5 too?
PZ2 is next.
Please read it.
An ordinance of the Miami City Commission amending ordinance number 13114, the zoning ordinance of the city of Miami, Florida, as amended more specifically by amending Article 6, Table 13, titled Supplemental Regulations to disallow public storage facilities in T5 Urban Center Zone and T6 Urban Core Zone, containing a severability clause and providing for an effective date. I wanted to remind everyone that you received a substitution on this item, and we're further amending it by adding section 6. Mr. Min, can you say the new section?
Yes, ma'am. It's just clarifying that any public storage facilities that are legal non-conforming must comply with the current regulations that are currently in place. That deals with the time of operation.
Thank you. That was PZ2. Now we're reading into the record PZ4. An ordinance of the Miami City Commission amending ordinance number 13114, the zoning ordinance of the city of Miami, Florida, as amended, more specifically amending Appendix A of Miami 21 titled Neighborhood Conservation District to incorporate additional height allowances and freeboard and floodplain, making findings containing a severability clause and providing for an effective date.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to sponsor PZ4.
Say it again.
I'd like to sponsor PZ4 that was just read into the record.
Okay, note for the record. And then PZ5 reads the record, please.
Likewise.
And lastly, PZ5, an ordinance of the Miami City Commission amending ordinance number 10544 as amended the Miami Comprehensive Neighborhood Plan pursuant to expedited state review procedures established in section 163.3184 Florida statutes by adding 2 policies to the future land use element and amending the interpretation of the 2020 future land use map for industrial land use to allow hotel motel uses in city of Miami lands designated as industrial, making findings containing a severability clause and providing for an effective date. On this item, commissioners, I did send you an objection by attorney Andrew Dickman, so that you have that information on the record as well. It will be submitted into the record. All the titles are read now.
Okay, I make a comment on it, although that I am a co-sponsor of this item. I want to make clear that if there's, it concerns me. If there's concerns that I have that we can use this for any property, particularly within this Miami River, that could be then a hotel could just be placed there. And we have part of the river, which is a working river, that I think that it should be kept industrial and without the danger of anybody buying land and placing in a hotel. And what I want to make sure is that this does not give them the ability to do that, or that we are going to designate this to a certain area of the river that it is, because I know this is particularly somebody that wants to build a hotel by the river, or the Miami River, at the beginning of the Miami, or at the end, which way you look at it. Then we have to, I want to make clear that this is not going to extend to the whole river, to the areas that they are industrial. You see, that is my only concern.
Commissioner Reyes, you advised me of that concern, and between first and second reading, we could add a whereas clause to confirm that we will not be, that any of the uses will comply with the working waterfront settlements that we have, and that should be able to resolve your issue.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, commissioners, is there any discussion on any of the items? Seeing none, is there a motion?
I move it. Move them.
Second.
We probably moved and seconded to approve the items. Seeing no further discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All against? That motion carries.
Okay.
Gentlemen, I think we've concluded our agenda. There's something else that I'm not aware of. I would like to say this to you all. I appreciate you today. Obviously, there's some things that were on the agenda that, bring about a lot of discussion, not just here in Miami, but everywhere. And so I appreciate that we all were able to get through it and really come to one voice for this commission, because obviously we're not going to all agree on everything. And but I do think that there's some things that we should come to an agreement upon. And I think that we were able to get to a point without any major disruption. I think that's admirable. And so I just want to say thank you to all of you for listening to each other.
Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman. See you guys. Be safe, okay?
Adjourn.
All of you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Is better. Stay 6 feet or 2 arm lengths away from other people. Better still, stay home if you can. If you're sick, please stay home and away from others. And if you think you've been exposed to the virus, call your healthcare provider before going to their office. In challenging times, the choices you make are critical. Please visit coronavirus.gov for more information.